Welcome back. Tonight we'll explore another true crime case told in detail step by step. This is not fiction. Every detail comes from real investigations, real evidence, and real people. She was only a few hours away from her sister when the streetlight flickered, and that was the last time anyone saw her alive. Date 11/2011. Panama City, Panama. 9:15 p.m. The air was humid, heavy with the smell of salt water. A woman named Yvonne Baldelli, 36 years old, vanished into the night. She had been living in Panama with her partner, a decorated U.S. Marine named Brian Brimmager. Together they had imagined a life of freedom on a quiet island, chickens in the yard, sunsets by the sea, a wooden home hidden in tropical foliage. But beneath that postcard image, cracks were already visible. Yvonne was known for her warmth. She wrote long emails to her sister Michelle, sharing daily details: how the birds sounded in the morning, what she was cooking for dinner, and how she hoped to build a future in Panama. She dreamed of raising children, maybe writing about island life, maybe even opening a small guest house for travelers. She carried notebooks filled with her handwriting, gifts from her family, and pieces of jewelry that reminded her of home. For Michelle, those letters were a lifeline. They were the bridge between two sisters, separated by distance but bound by love. Then suddenly the words changed. The emails stopped sounding like Yvonne. They became stiff, short, stripped of her personality. Sentences that once danced with warmth now read like cold statements. Michelle noticed immediately. She stared at the screen, uneasy. "This isn't her," she whispered. The punctuation was wrong, the tone off. Yvonne, who loved to write, now sounded like someone else. What Michelle didn't know yet was that someone was writing them, Brian himself. On the island, neighbors had already seen warning signs. Arguments spilled out of the wooden house. Voices rose late into the night. People whispered about bruises, about Yvonne looking tired, withdrawn. They spoke of Brian drinking heavily, of his temper flaring. But in isolated places, people often look away. Conflict hides behind closed doors, and silence becomes complicity. By the time Michelle grew desperate, Yvonne had already disappeared. Her belongings were still in the house. Her passport had not been used. Her bank accounts showed no movement. She had vanished without a trace, except for those cold emails. Michelle begged for answers. She contacted the U.S. Embassy, reached out to Panama, and called every number she had. No one had seen Yvonne. It was as if the jungle itself had swallowed her whole. In Panama, a private investigator named Don Winter began piecing things together. He walked the island, spoke to locals, and retraced the couple's steps. What he found made little sense. Brian said Yvonne had left voluntarily. He suggested she had taken a boat, started over somewhere else. But Don found no ticket stubs, no ferry records, no witness who saw her leave. The story was crumbling, and then came the rumor. Someone whispered that Yvonne had been struck with a machete, her remains hidden in the swamp. A dark image took shape, a paradise turned into a crime scene, the jungle holding secrets no one wanted to see. Michelle clutched her phone at night, reading those strange emails again and again, knowing in her bones they were lies. Each word was a warning, each sentence was a mask. Her sister's voice had been stolen, replaced by the man who now stood at the center of every question. What happened to Yvonne, and why was Brian still walking free, acting as though nothing had happened? Before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, hit like and subscribe. And let me know in the comments, where are you listening from and what time is it where you are? It's amazing to see people around the world sharing this same moment together. In just a few seconds your screen will begin to dim. That's not a glitch. It's designed to protect your eyes from blue light. Science shows blue light suppresses melatonin, the hormone that helps you rest. When your screen dims, your brain will understand it's time to unwind. So, turn off the lights. Let the fan hum softly. Put your headphones on. Let's begin. Michelle sat alone, staring at her sister's last email. The words repeated in her mind. They didn't sound like Yvonne. They sounded like a man hiding something, a man trying to buy time. She felt the weight of dread press against her chest. Somewhere out there, her sister was gone, and Michelle knew with a certainty that left her trembling that Brian was the reason. The investigator Don Winter kept pressing forward. He walked the muddy trails that led from the couple's small home toward the swamp. Locals told him about strange noises, about the smell that drifted through the humid air at night. One neighbor described seeing Brian with a machete hacking at vegetation, as if clearing something he didn't want others to see. Another mentioned that stray dogs had been gathering near the water, barking and digging as though they sensed something hidden beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Michelle continued to send emails, pleading for her sister to answer. Days turned to weeks. The words she received in return were cold and mechanical. "I am fine, do not worry." The messages carried no warmth, no humor, none of the intimate touches Yvonne always included. Michelle finally contacted the FBI, explaining that she believed her sister's partner was impersonating her. She sent them the emails. Agents compared writing styles and their suspicions grew. Brian Brimmager was not only lying, he was covering something up. Investigators tracked his internet history and discovered disturbing searches. How to get rid of a corpse, machete, cleanup, and decomposition in swamps. They found he had purchased cleaning supplies, gloves, and large quantities of lime. The digital trail betrayed him. Still, the evidence was incomplete. Without remains, prosecutors hesitated. They needed proof of Yvonne's fate. That breakthrough came when searchers brought dogs to the swamp. The animals, trained to detect human remains, stopped near a patch of tangled roots. Officers dug carefully. There they uncovered fragments of bone and tissue, later confirmed through DNA as belonging to Yvonne. Her life had ended violently, her remains hidden in the murky water she once described as beautiful. Michelle, battling cancer herself, testified in court. Her voice shook, but her determination never faltered. She described her sister, her fears, and the moment she knew the emails were fakes. Despite her failing health, she wanted the world to understand who Yvonne had been, a kind, hopeful woman robbed of her future. When Brian finally stood trial, his defense claimed self-defense. They painted Yvonne as aggressive, suggesting she attacked him first. But the evidence told another story: bruises on her body, the machete, and the calculated emails that followed her disappearance. The jury listened as prosecutors described Brian's pattern of control, his military discipline twisted into manipulation. The verdict came back guilty, not of premeditated murder, but of manslaughter. The sentence was reduced because of his military service. Michelle never lived to see the outcome. She passed away shortly after testifying. For many, that lenient verdict felt like justice denied. Yet the story of Yvonne and Michelle was not the only tragedy born from trust turned toxic. Across the ocean, in a quiet English town, another woman was walking into a marriage that would seal her fate. Her name was Vicki Roberts. To her friends, she seemed full of life, an independent young woman, strong-willed, eager to build a future. But the man she chose, Michael Roberts, carried secrets she could not see. He was charming at first, promising protection and love. What Vicki didn't know was that beneath his smile lay narcissism, infidelity, and a dangerous need for control. They married in 2009. Soon after the cracks appeared, Michael's behavior shifted from affectionate to domineering. He demanded loyalty, yet he betrayed her with multiple affairs. His obsession with sex, his coldness at home, and his cruelty in private began to wear her down. Friends noticed bruises, but Vicki brushed off questions. Like so many victims, she hoped he would change. When she discovered proof of his affairs, messages, explicit photographs, she finally threatened to expose him to her parents. That confrontation would be her last. One evening, neighbors heard nothing unusual from the house. Behind closed doors, Vicki was strangled. The man she trusted had ended her life with his bare hands. Then he staged a cover-up, sending texts from her phone pretending she had left. Forensic teams later uncovered the truth, her remains hidden in a garage, her phone used by Michael to construct a false trail. In court, he claimed it was an accident, that a heated argument had gone too far. But evidence of control and manipulation contradicted him. The jury convicted him. Vicki's family sat in the courtroom devastated. They remembered a daughter who believed in love, who wanted nothing more than a safe home, only to be betrayed by the man she married. Two women, Yvonne and Vicki, thousands of miles apart, linked by the same story, trust twisted into control, love turned into violence, hope destroyed by the very men they trusted most. And yet these cases are not isolated. On the west coast of the United States, a young couple prepared for a camping trip in 2004. They were engaged, deeply in love, ready to start a life together. Their names were Lindsay Cutchell and Jason Allen. They packed sleeping bags, surfboards, and plans for a beach wedding. They never imagined their last night would end with gunfire. The California coastline is vast, stretching for miles with rugged cliffs and hidden beaches. For many travelers, it is a place of escape. For Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, it was supposed to be a final adventure before their wedding. In August 2004, the couple left their Bible camp jobs in Santa Rosa and headed north in their van. They stopped at small towns, walked hand in hand through coastal trails, and told friends they were excited about their upcoming marriage. They arrived at a remote beach north of Jenner. Few people visited there. It was quiet, untouched, a place where the Pacific Ocean roared against the rocks. They carried sleeping bags, some food, and their dreams of a future together. They found a spot in the sand away from the road under the stars. To them, it must have felt like paradise. But paradise turned into a crime scene. The next morning, when they failed to return, friends grew concerned. Searchers found their bodies still inside their sleeping bags. They had each been struck with a single ballistic injury to the head. No sign of robbery, no clear motive. Just 2 young lives ended without explanation. Investigators scoured the beach for clues. They found beer bottles, a driftwood fire pit, and footprints. They recovered .45 caliber shell casings, but no firearm. The crime stunned the community. Who would target an engaged couple on a quiet beach? Was it random, a stranger passing through, or was there a deeper motive? The case went cold almost immediately. Leads vanished. Detectives chased tips about drifters and fugitives, but found nothing solid. Over the years, rumors swirled about cult activity, about drug smugglers, even about a serial killer passing through. None of it stuck. For Jason's and Lindsay's families, grief hardened into frustration. Each year that passed felt like another layer of silence, closing over their children's memories. By 2017, the murders had remained unsolved for 13 years. Then an unexpected break surfaced. A man named Sean Gallen, already known in the area for violent behavior, was arrested for killing his own brother in a dispute. As investigators probed deeper into his past, they uncovered disturbing behavior, an obsession with weapons, violent outbursts, and a history of mental instability. In custody, Gallen made a confession that shocked detectives. He admitted he had killed Lindsay and Jason back in 2004. His words were calm, almost detached, as he described stumbling upon the couple's camp. He claimed he felt compelled to kill them, offering no coherent motive. The .45 caliber rifle he once owned matched the casings found at the beach. Forensic testing confirmed the link. Families who had waited more than a decade for answers now faced the truth. Their children had been killed by a stranger, a man driven by impulses he could not explain. Relief mixed with sorrow. They finally had closure, but closure was not the same as justice. Gallen pleaded guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The ocean still crashed against the Jenner cliffs, but for the families that stretch of coast would forever echo with loss. The story of Lindsay and Jason underscored a chilling reality. Even the most innocent settings can conceal danger. Love, laughter, and plans for tomorrow can be erased in seconds by a single act of violence. For their parents, the unanswered question lingered: why them? Why there? The lack of motive made the crime even harder to bear. But California was not the only place where a dream of peace collapsed into horror. Thousands of miles away, in India, another life filled with creativity and success was about to be stolen. Her name was Monica Gurd. At just 39 years old, she was one of India's most celebrated perfume designers, known internationally for her talent. She lived in a stylish apartment in Goa, surrounded by her work and her independence. Friends admired her students, learned from her, and she was considered a pioneer in her field. Yet on an October night in 2016, her career and her life came to a violent end. A neighbor grew concerned when Monica did not respond to calls. Police entered her apartment and discovered her remains. The scene bore marks of prolonged coercive harm. Her debit card was missing, her belongings disturbed. Traces suggested she had been overpowered by someone she may have known. Investigators soon focused on a man named Rajkumar, a former security guard fired months earlier. He confessed to entering her home, holding her captive, and ultimately ending her life. His motive was revenge. He felt humiliated after losing his job, and in his twisted mind, Monica became his target. When he was captured, police described him as calm, almost indifferent, as though he could not comprehend the devastation he had caused. The case shocked India. How could a woman celebrated for her art and independence fall victim in her own home, in a community where neighbors lived only steps away? For her family and friends, grief was compounded by disbelief. Her death became a symbol of vulnerability, a reminder that success and talent offer no shield against violence. The trial against Rajkumar began in 2017, but years later it remains unresolved. Each delay feels like another wound for those who loved her. Justice still pending keeps the pain alive. But as shocking as Monica's case was, what came next was darker still. In America, in December of 1987, while families gathered to celebrate Christmas, one man prepared to destroy his own. His name was Ronald Gene Simmons, and his crimes would mark the worst family massacre in U.S. history. December 1987, Dover, Arkansas. The holiday season brought decorated trees, church bells, and families gathering for Christmas. But behind the tall fences of a property known as Mockingbird Hill, a man named Ronald Gene Simmons was preparing something unthinkable. To neighbors, Simmons appeared private, stern, and strange. His property was isolated, lacking phones, indoor plumbing, or connection to the community. Yet few could imagine that inside those fences control and fear had long replaced love and warmth. Simmons, once a decorated military veteran, had retired after 20 years of service. His career included commendations for marksmanship and bravery. But beneath the polished uniform lived a man who ruled his household with an iron fist. His wife, Rebecca, and their 7 children endured years of discipline that blurred into abuse. Rumors swirled, accusations of incest, with his daughter, Sheila, whispers of physical cruelty. By 1981, Simmons had uprooted his family from New Mexico and relocated them to Arkansas, seeking isolation. There on the 13-acre tract, he built a fortress where his word was law. By Christmas of 1987, the fortress became a prison. Rebecca had confided to friends that she dreamed of leaving. In a letter to her son, she wrote, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I am a prisoner here, and the kids too." Her words carried fear but also resignation. Few outside the family understood the depth of their captivity. On the 22nd of December, Simmons acted. He armed himself with a prevail .22 caliber pistol and a crowbar. First, he turned on his wife Rebecca, killing her in cold calculation. His eldest son Ronald Jr. was next bludgeoned and shot. Then came his granddaughter Barbara, only 3 years old, strangled without mercy. One by one, his children returned from school that afternoon, unaware of what awaited. Simmons greeted each child with the promise of a Christmas gift. One by one, he strangled or drowned them in a barrel of water. Loretta 17, Eddie 14, Marianne 11, Becky 8. The youngest victims had no chance to resist. The remains were hidden in a cesspit Simmons had forced his children to dig days earlier. By nightfall, 7 members of the family were dead. The silence inside the house was unbearable, yet Simmons carried on as though nothing had happened. He drank beer, watched television, and waited for the next stage of his plan. On the 26th of December, his married children returned with their spouses and young children for what they thought would be a Christmas gathering. Billy, 23, and his wife Renata, along with their son Trey, were killed upon arrival. Sheila, now married to Dennis McNulty, came with their daughter Sylvia and young son Michael. All were slain. Simmons placed Sheila's body on the dining table and covered it with his wife's best tablecloth, arranging the others in grim order across the house. Infants were wrapped in plastic and left in abandoned cars behind the property. The contrast was chilling. A Christmas tree still stood with wrapped gifts underneath untouched. Decorations hung on the walls, yet the house had become a mausoleum. Simmons spent the following days living among the remains. He drank, he watched television, he moved calmly through the rooms where his family once laughed. On the 28th of December, the violence spilled into the community. Simmons drove into Russellville and began a spree, targeting those he believed had wronged him. At a law office, he fatally shot Secretary Kathy Kendrick, who had rejected his advances years earlier. At a nearby oil company, he wounded the owner Russell Taylor and killed another man. At the Sinclair Mini Mart, he shot 2 more people, injuring them severely. At his former workplace Woodline Motor Freight, he shot his supervisor Joyce Butts twice. She survived and later testified. His rampage lasted less than an hour. When police surrounded him, Simmons surrendered quietly. No gunfight, no resistance. He simply handed over his weapon as though his mission was complete. Yet investigators could not yet comprehend the true scale of what he had done. It was only when officers returned to Mockingbird Hill that the full horror was revealed. Inside the house, they found the remains of his entire family, 14 victims in total, arranged with eerie precision. Officers described it as one of the most disturbed scenes they had ever encountered. The community was stunned. A man who had once worn the uniform of the United States Air Force had become the architect of the worst family massacre in American history. The question spread quickly: why? What darkness could drive a father to annihilate his wife, his children, his grandchildren, and then lash out at the world beyond his fence? Investigators searched for answers in his past, his authoritarian rule, his alleged incestuous relationship with Sheila, his paranoia about losing control. Experts suggested his wife's plans to leave him may have pushed him over the edge, but explanations felt hollow. Nothing could justify the deliberate, methodical destruction of his entire family. As the funerals began, Arkansas mourned. The holiday season was forever scarred by the massacre, but this story was not yet over. Ronald Gene Simmons had more to reveal, not with his words, but with his silence. When questioned, he refused to speak. Attorneys could not reach him. He sat in his cell, silent, unyielding, his lips pressed tight. Only once did his composure break when asked about his family. His eyes filled with tears, his jaw trembled, and for a brief moment the mask slipped. But he offered no explanation, no remorse, no confession. The courtroom would soon expose him, but before justice could be reached, the people of Arkansas faced the most difficult truth: of all evil does not always arrive from outside. Sometimes it grows inside the very walls meant to protect us. And in Simmons's silence, the world asked what more could he be hiding. The silence that Ronald Gene Simmons carried into his jail cell unsettled everyone who encountered him. Guards described him as calm, almost detached, as though he were already resigned to his fate. But behind that silence was a community demanding answers. Arkansas had never seen a crime of this magnitude. 14 family members annihilated, followed by a shooting spree in town. The number of victims and the cruelty of the acts placed Simmons in a category all his own. The legal process began quickly. In May of 1988, Simmons stood trial for the murders outside his family, the killing of Kathy Kendrick and Jim Chaffin, as well as the wounding of several others during his rampage. Prosecutors laid out a clear case. Simmons had deliberately targeted those he felt had humiliated or rejected him. The ballistic evidence matched. Witnesses testified. Survivors pointed directly to him. In court, Simmons appeared defiant. He rarely spoke, and when he did, his tone was cold and controlled. Jurors observed him closely, waiting for signs of remorse. None came. When the guilty verdict was read, Simmons did not flinch. The sentence: death by lethal injection plus 147 years for the additional charges. What shocked observers was not just the brutality of his crimes, but Simmons's reaction to the sentence. He requested that no appeal be filed on his behalf. He told the court anything short of death would be cruel and unusual punishment. In an unprecedented move, he essentially welcomed execution, believing it to be the only fitting end for himself. But this was only the first trial. The greater horror, the annihilation of his family, remained to be addressed. In February 1989, Simmons returned to court to face charges for the deaths of his wife, children, and grandchildren. The evidence was overwhelming. Photographs from the scene, testimony from investigators, and the haunting letter from Rebecca, in which she described feeling like a prisoner, painted a grim portrait. During the proceedings, Simmons finally broke his composure. As prosecutors presented a letter he had once written to his daughter Sheila, a letter filled with bitterness, in which he accused her of destroying his life, he erupted. Simmons lunged at the prosecutor, punching him, then attempted to seize a deputy's gun. Chaos filled the courtroom. Deputies wrestled him to the ground, shackled him, and dragged him out. It was the first time jurors and the public had seen a glimpse of the rage that had fueled his massacre. When order returned, the trial pressed on. Jurors had little difficulty reaching their conclusion. On the 10th of February 1989, Ronald Gene Simmons was found guilty of 14 counts of murder. The judge sentenced him to death again, solidifying what was already one of the most notorious convictions in American history. The appeals process, which often stretches for decades in capital cases, was virtually non-existent in Simmons's situation. He refused legal counsel, refused appeals, and insisted that his death sentence be carried out as swiftly as possible. Other inmates on death row resented him. They believed his refusal to appeal weakened their own cases by making executions appear too easy to carry out. For his safety, Simmons was placed in protective custody. On the 31st of May 1990, Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton signed Simmons's execution warrant. Less than a month later, on the 25th of June, Simmons was executed by lethal injection at the Cummins Unit in Varner, Arkansas. His final words were chilling. "Justice delayed finally be done is justifiable homicide." He requested no clergy, no visitors, no final meal. No family members claimed his remains, so he was buried in a common grave in Lincoln County. For the families of the victims, there was little sense of relief. How could there be? No sentence, no execution could restore the lives lost or heal the wounds inflicted on the community. The Simmons massacre remains to this day the largest mass killing by a single individual in Arkansas history. But while Simmons's crimes forced America to confront the horror of family annihilation, another case was emerging that would push the boundaries of what investigators thought possible. This time the story did not center on rage but on control, disguised as compassion. In hospitals across Ohio and Kentucky, patients were dying under mysterious circumstances. Elderly men and women admitted for routine care began to collapse unexpectedly. Charts showed sudden declines. Autopsies revealed little. Staff whispered about coincidences about one nurse's aide who seemed to be nearby every time a patient took their last breath. His name was Donald Harvey. Colleagues called him the Angel of Death. What investigators eventually uncovered was staggering: a man who over 2 decades claimed responsibility for more than 70 murders. Not on battlefields or in moments of rage, but in hospital rooms with syringes, poisons, and silent hands. His victims trusted him, looked to him for care, and instead found death. The world had just seen the monstrous rage of Ronald Gene Simmons. Now it would face something colder: the quiet, calculated killings of Donald Harvey, who hid behind the mask of mercy while secretly becoming one of the deadliest serial killers in American history. Donald Harvey did not look like a predator. With his soft-spoken demeanor and average appearance, he blended into the hospital hallways like any other orderly. Patients saw a young man in scrubs moving quietly from room to room. Families thought of him as helpful, attentive, even kind. No one could imagine that beneath that calm exterior was a compulsion to kill that would stretch for nearly 2 decades. Born in 1952 Ohio, Donald's childhood seemed unremarkable on the surface. He was described as quiet, studious, a boy who preferred books over games. But hidden in his early years were traumas that left lasting scars. He later claimed he had been abused by multiple men, including a relative. Whether or not those accounts were fully accurate, what is certain is that his adolescence was marked by isolation. He kept to himself, avoided friendships, and grew resentful of the world around him. In 1970, at the age of 18, Donald's path crossed with fate when his grandfather fell ill. He visited him at a hospital in Kentucky. The staff noticed how attentive the young man was, how willing he seemed to help. Soon they offered him a job as a nurse's aide. It was here, surrounded by the vulnerable and the dying, that Harvey first discovered what he would later call his talent. On the 31st of May 1970, he smothered his first victim, an 88-year-old stroke patient named Logan Evans. The man, confused and incapacitated, had soiled himself and accidentally smeared feces on Donald. Humiliated and angry, Harvey snapped. He pressed a plastic bag and pillow over the patient's face until the man stopped breathing. Then calmly he cleaned the body, dressed it in a fresh gown, and reported the death. No suspicion was raised. It looked like a natural passing. That single act unlocked something inside him. Within weeks he killed again. Sometimes he used suffocation. Other times he sabotaged oxygen tanks or administered overdoses. He experimented testing methods, refining his approach. To the outside world, these deaths seemed like unfortunate but expected outcomes in elderly patients. To Harvey, they were proof that he could kill without consequence. He began keeping notes, his own twisted ledger. Victims' names, methods, even personal reflections. He justified his acts as mercy killings. He claimed he was relieving suffering. But investigators later argued these were rationalizations masks for a deeper desire control. Donald Harvey wanted to decide who lived and who died. Over the years, his confidence grew. He moved from hospital to hospital, Kentucky, then Ohio, leaving behind trails of unexplained deaths. In some cases, he used arsenic, cyanide, or rat poison. In others, he injected air into veins, causing fatal embolisms. Sometimes, when angry, his methods grew cruel. One patient who argued with him died after Harvey punctured his bladder with a coat hanger. Another collapsed after Harvey poisoned his food. By the early 1982, Harvey had killed dozens. Colleagues began to whisper. Why were so many patients dying on his shift? Why was he always nearby? They gave him nicknames: the Angel of Death, the Kiss of Death. But still administrators looked the other way. Hospitals feared scandal, and deaths in elderly or sick patients were easy to explain away. Harvey slipped through cracks in the system, protected by negligence and silence. At home, Harvey's private life reflected the same patterns of control and secrecy. He lived with male partners, but relationships often collapsed under his paranoia and jealousy. When he suspected a lover of cheating, he poisoned him with arsenic. When neighbors annoyed him, he laced their food with toxins. He began targeting not just patients, but anyone who angered him. His killings were no longer limited to mercy, they became acts of revenge. By 1987, investigators estimated Harvey had killed more than 70 people. Yet it wasn't his growing recklessness that finally exposed him, it was chance. On the 7th of March, 1987, a motorcycle accident victim named John Powell was recovering in a Cincinnati hospital. He had been on life support but was showing signs of improvement. One night under Harvey's care, Powell suddenly died. During the autopsy, the coroner noticed a faint smell of almonds, a telltale sign of cyanide poisoning. For the first time, suspicion turned directly to Harvey. Investigators questioned him. At first, he denied everything, but as hours dragged on and as evidence mounted, his composure cracked. Finally, he confessed not to one or two murders, but to dozens. "You don't understand," he told detectives. "I can only estimate." When asked how many, he said 70. It was one of the largest confessions in American criminal history. The public was horrified. How had a man been able to kill for nearly 2 decades without being stopped? How many of his victims had truly been suffering, and how many had died simply because they crossed his path? The line between mercy and malice had blurred until day. There was no line at all. The trial that followed in 1987 and 1988 revealed every dark detail. Prosecutors presented his journals. Survivors of his poisonings testified. Psychologists examined him, concluding he was sane, fully aware of right and wrong, and capable of stopping his actions, yet he chose not to. He received multiple life sentences, ensuring he would never walk free. Years later, in 2017, Harvey was beaten to death in prison by another inmate. Even in his final moments, violence surrounded him. But while Donald Harvey's story shocked America across the Atlantic, another tragedy was unfolding, one not of hospitals and poisons, but of domestic violence hidden behind closed doors. In Spain, a young woman named Romina Núñez believed she had finally found love. Instead, she stepped into a nightmare that would cost her everything. Romina Celeste Núñez Rodriguez grew up in a small Paraguayan city in 1990. She was the eldest of 2 sisters, raised by a single mother who worked long hours to keep the family afloat. Friends described Romina as resilient, protective of her younger sibling, and full of dreams larger than her surroundings. But poverty pressed heavily on the family. Romina left school early to work small jobs, helping her mother pay bills. She longed for independence, for a chance at something brighter. At 17, she fell in love with a young man named Christopher. They whispered about the future, spoke of marriage, and imagined raising children together. But when Romina became pregnant, Christopher demanded she end it. She refused. With her mother's support, she carried the child to term. Christopher left. By 18, Romina was raising her son Lucas alone, navigating both motherhood and financial hardship. Romina's spirit, though tested, did not break. She wanted more for her son than struggle. When an aunt living in Spain invited her to move abroad, Romina saw a way forward. She kissed Lucas goodbye, promising to send for him once she was settled. Boarding a plane with little more than a suitcase, she left Paraguay for Madrid in 2010. Spain offered her opportunity, but also loneliness. She worked in hotels, sent money home, and eventually rented a small apartment near her aunt. It was there she met Javier, a construction worker. Their relationship was rocky, yet they had a child together. Soon Romina was a mother of two, trying to juggle work, childcare, and the challenges of being far from her extended family. When that relationship collapsed, she carried on alone once more. Her resilience caught the admiration of many. She was described as warm, ambitious, and fiercely devoted to her boys. But in 2017 Romina met Raúl Díaz, a well-off engineer. At first, he seemed like everything she had wished for a man with stability, charm, and the promise of security. He showered her with gifts, wrote her affectionate notes, and promised her a future where she would never struggle again. To Romina, it felt like destiny had finally given her relief. 6 months after meeting, they married. Romina, radiant in her wedding dress, looked hopeful in the photographs. But just beneath the surface, storm clouds gathered. Friends had already warned her of Raúl's temper, his failed marriages, his distance from his own daughters. Romina brushed aside the warnings. She believed love could conquer his flaws. Within weeks, the mask fell. Raúl became controlling. He complained about her children, suggesting they were obstacles to their happiness. When she pushed back, he grew violent. The first beating left bruises she hid beneath scarves. He wept afterward, begging forgiveness, promising change. Romina, like so many victims, believed him. She wanted her marriage to work. She wanted her children to have stability. But the cycle continued, violence followed by apologies, followed by renewed violence. In December 2018, Romina visited a hospital after a severe attack. Staff suspected abuse. Raúl stormed in, insisting she had fallen, pressuring her to back up his story. Romina, fearful, complied. Weeks later, she confided in her mother, "I am afraid of him. One day he will kill me." Her words proved prophetic. On New Year's Eve of 2018, the couple argued violently. Romina wanted to bring her children from Paraguay to live with her. Raúl refused. Neighbors later reported hearing shouting, then silence. For days, Romina's phone went unanswered. Raúl told friends she had left him after a quarrel, that she had taken money and disappeared. Her mother called repeatedly, but Romina never picked up. On the 8th of January, under family pressure, Raúl filed a missing persons report. His story shifted again. This time he claimed Romina had stormed out drunk, taking his cash. Police found inconsistencies. Friends and relatives described years of abuse. Investigators decided to watch Raúl closely. Soon the evidence piled up. Forensic teams searched his home with luminol, revealing clean traces of biological evidence in multiple rooms. A broken fingernail containing Romina's DNA was found on the floor. A contact lens stuck to bathroom tiles suggested a violent blow. Purchases of caustic soda from Raúl's online accounts pointed to an attempt to erase evidence. Then came the most chilling discovery. A tourist found a fragment of lung washed ashore on a nearby beach. DNA confirmed it belonged to Romina. When questioned, Raúl shifted his story once more. He claimed Romina had drowned in the bathtub while drunk. Fearing blame, he said he tried to burn her remains in a backyard barbecue, then dumped the fragments into the ocean. His explanation collapsed under forensic scrutiny. Experts testified that burning could not have destroyed bones without tools. He had dismembered her, whether before or after death remained uncertain, but the intent was clear: concealment. In 2023, after years of delays, Raúl stood trial. Despite overwhelming evidence, the verdict stunned, many convicted not of murder, but of manslaughter. His sentence, just over 15 years, was seen as a betrayal of justice by Romina's grieving family. Her mother wept outside the courthouse, holding photographs of her daughter. She deserved better, she said. Romina's story became a rallying cry in Spain, a symbol of the dangers of ignoring domestic violence. She had fought to build a better life, only to be silenced by the man who promised to love her. But even as Spain mourned, tragedy was striking again elsewhere. In Costa Rica in the summer of 2020, another woman, a respected doctor on holiday, would be found in her hotel room, her life taken in an act of staggering brutality. Her name was Maria Luisa Cedeño, and her case would shock an entire nation. Costa Rica, July 2020. The world was still under the shadow of the pandemic. Borders were closing, tourism had slowed, and the beaches of Manuel Antonio, usually filled with foreign visitors, were unusually quiet. For Maria Luisa Cedeno, a 43-year-old anesthesiologist from San Jose, the quiet offered a chance for rest. She had endured months of relentless work as head of anesthesiology at a private hospital. Friends described her as brilliant, compassionate, and devoted. She had helped guide her team through the most grueling phases of the health crisis, often sacrificing sleep for patients' survival. When she checked into the La Mansion Inn Hotel on the 18th of July, she brought only her essentials and her beloved dog Mafalda. Colleagues assumed she wanted solitude, a short vacation near the ocean, before returning to work. Staff remembered her smile, her soft words of gratitude, and how she often mentioned her need to breathe again after so many difficult months. On the 20th of July, hotel employees grew concerned. Calls to her room went unanswered. When staff entered through a patio door designed for guests with pets, they encountered an overwhelming odor. Blood stains trailed across the floor. Mafalda cowered in the corner, trembling. On the bed wrapped in a sheet lay Maria Luisa. She was lifeless. The scene was horrific. Forensic teams later reported extensive signs of prolonged assault. There were bite marks across her body, broken fingernails, suggesting desperate resistance and evidence she had been washed before being wrapped. The killer had attempted to clean her, moving her to the bathroom and back, leaving smears and diluted traces of biological evidence everywhere. Despite the attempt to conceal the violence was unmistakable. The autopsy revealed head trauma, strangulation marks, and internal injuries. It was not a quick attack, it was prolonged, deliberate, filled with rage. The brutality shocked investigators. This was not a crime of opportunity. It bore the hallmarks of personal hatred or a twisted fantasy. Authorities urged her family to hold a closed casket funeral. The investigation began with hotel protocols. Security records showed no unauthorized keycard use. Only Maria Luisa's own entries were logged. But the rear sliding door could be opened manually, suggesting someone gained entry through carelessness or invitation. Suspicion turned to other hotel residents. Detectives quickly identified two men, Luis Carlos Miranda and Teodoro Herrera. Both were living at the hotel under the owner's generosity. They had financial troubles worsened by the pandemic. Herrera worked part-time as a cook and bartender. Miranda assisted with website management. Forensic teams matched Herrera's footprints to those found in Maria Luisa's room. Under his fingernails, they found her blood. His watch and shoes carried traces of her DNA. More disturbing still, bite marks on her body matched not only Herrera but also hotel owner Harry Bodden. Investigators seized phones and discovered incriminating text messages between Miranda and Bodden discussing fantasies involving women. Days before Maria Luisa's death, Miranda had texted Bodden about bringing someone for play. Both dismissed it as a joke when confronted, but prosecutors believed otherwise. Harry Bodden, a respected expatriate hotelier, denied involvement. He appeared frail, often in a wheelchair due to knee problems, but the bite mark analysis placed him at the scene. Still, no direct biological traces tied him to the act of killing. The same was true for Miranda messages and circumstantial links, but no blood under his nails. Only Herrera carried undeniable physical evidence. The case divided Costa Rica. How could a celebrated physician, admired by colleagues and adored by patients, die in such a brutal manner in a respected hotel? Why had the security cameras stopped working on the night of her death? Why did witnesses report a power outage, conveniently masking electronic logs? At trial in September 2022, Herrera faced overwhelming evidence. Blood footprints, scratches on his body, consistent with self-defense. The jury convicted him, sentencing him to 50 years. But Bodden and Miranda were acquitted for lack of conclusive proof. To Maria Luisa's grieving family, this felt like a second injustice. Her sister told reporters, "We know more than one person was involved, but only one will pay." The verdict left questions unresolved. Did others participate but manage to erase their traces? Was there a wider cover-up? For many Costa Ricans, the case symbolized the fragility of justice, how violence can be clear, yet accountability partial. Maria Luisa's dog Mafalda survived, but the family insisted she never recovered from the trauma, whimpering at the sight of strangers. Maria Luisa's death was not just another statistic. She was a frontline doctor, a leader, a woman who had spent her life saving others. That her final moments were filled with such cruelty shook an entire nation. Candlelight vigils were held across hospitals. Her colleagues wept openly, holding her photograph in white coats stained with tears. And yet, as the world mourned her, another case in Asia was erupting, one that unfolded not in secrecy but lived before thousands of horrified witnesses. In Sichuan province, China, a young woman named Lamu had become a beloved online figure for her authenticity and love of nature. Her followers logged in to hear her sing and smile. But on one September night in 2020, they would watch in real time as her estranged husband carried out an attack that would leave her fatally burned. In 2020, amid the isolation of the pandemic, an unlikely figure rose to fame on Chinese social media. Her name was Lamu, a Tibetan woman from Sichuan province. Unlike polished influencers in glamorous cities, she filmed her daily life in the mountains. She cooked over open fires, gathered herbs, and sang folk songs with a smile that carried warmth through the screen. Viewers called her the mountain girl, admiring her sincerity. She never used filters, never chased trends. She simply shared her life, and in that simplicity, people found comfort. By her early 30s, Lamu had more than 700,000 followers. To them, she was a symbol of purity and resilience. But behind her cheerful broadcasts, her personal life told another story, one of violence, manipulation, and survival. Lamu had married young at 19 to a man named Tang Lu. At first he appeared devoted, but soon his true nature emerged. He was controlling, jealous, and violent. Arguments often ended in beatings. When Lamu gave birth to their 2 sons, she hoped fatherhood would change him. Instead, his temper grew worse. He gambled, drank, and berated her. He threatened to take the children if she left. For years she endured in silence, hiding bruises under long sleeves, never mentioning her suffering online. Even her close relatives rarely knew the extent of her abuse. Her videos showed smiles. Her home life held tears. By January 2020, she had finally gathered the courage to leave. She filed for divorce and returned to her family's modest home with her sons. For the first time, she told her followers she felt peace. Yet the court divided custody. Her elder son was ordered to live with Tang, while the younger stayed with her. The ruling broke her heart, but she accepted it, hoping distance would keep her safe. Tang did not accept it. He begged, threatened, and manipulated. He promised to change, then turned violent again. When he realized Lamu would not return, his desperation hardened into rage. On the 14th of September 2020, Lamu began a live stream from her kitchen. Wearing traditional Tibetan dress, she prepared food while softly singing. Thousands watched. Suddenly a crash echoed. Off-screen, the sound of a door kicked open. Lamu froze, her face drained of color. Then chaos erupted. The phone tumbled, but the broadcast continued. Viewers heard shouts, footsteps, then Lamu's terrified voice, "Don't hurt my family." Her father pleaded in the background. Liquid splashed. Seconds later, the crack of a lighter, and then screams. Flames roared, drowning out everything else. The screen went black. Her followers, horrified, thought it might be a prank. It was not. Tang had entered carrying gasoline and a knife. He doused Lamu, slashed at her, and set her alight before fleeing. Her father and brother tried to save her, but the house became an inferno. Firefighters arrived 2 hours later. Inside, they found Lamu still alive but barely breathing. 90% of her body had been burned. Her lungs were scorched from inhaling flames. Doctors called it a miracle she had survived at all. She was rushed to a burn center. Her family, desperate, posted appeals for donations online. In less than an hour, her followers raised more than 1 million yuan for treatment. Thousands of strangers prayed for her recovery. For days, the hospital battled to stabilize her. Against impossible odds, her pulse returned. Her face, though charred, carried faint traces of life. But her injuries were beyond repair. After 2 weeks in a coma, her heart gave out. Lamu died on the 30th of September 2020. She was only 30 years old. Her death ignited outrage across China. Hashtags carrying her name surged across Weibo. Millions demanded stricter protections for victims of domestic violence. Many confessed they had watched helplessly as her live stream turned into her murder. The trauma spread far beyond her family. It scarred a nation. Tang was arrested the day of the attack. In court, he tried to justify himself, claiming love and stress had driven him. The judges rejected his defense. He was convicted of intentional homicide and executed in July 2022. Yet his punishment did not erase the memory of Lamu's final broadcast. Her followers still post tributes, remembering her songs, her laughter, her simplicity. Forensic experts later remarked that her case underscored a dangerous reality. Victims often signal distress, but their voices go unheard until it is too late. Lamu had sought help from police before. She had reported Tang's abuse, but authorities dismissed it as a family matter. By the time they acted, it was already too late. Her story left haunting questions. How many others like her suffer silently, unseen behind smiling faces? How many more live streams, photographs, and videos conceal bruises just out of frame? As Lamu's ashes were placed in the mountains, she loved her family built a shrine with her photographs surrounded by wildflowers. Neighbors brought candles, strangers hiked for hours just to leave offerings. She became more than a victim. She became a symbol of resilience and of a system that must do better. And while her case ended in execution in another country, thousands of miles away, investigators were entering a hotel room in Maryland. Inside, they would discover a family tragedy that left financial investigators and homicide detectives piecing together a puzzle of fraud, desperation, and death. The case of William and Betty Parente would unfold not with fire but with silence and an empty bank account that told its own story. Baltimore, Maryland, April 2009. The Parente family checked into a hotel in Towson, not far from Washington, D.C. To staff, they looked like any ordinary family, enjoying a quiet weekend away. William Parente, a 59-year-old attorney specializing in real estate investment, arrived with his wife Betty and their two daughters Stephanie, 19, and Catherine, 11. They reserved a 10th-floor suite. No one suspected that behind their smiles the family carried the weight of William's collapsing finances. For years, William had been known as a respectable lawyer, a man who handled client funds for property transactions. He was polite, soft-spoken, always wearing neat suits. But whispers had begun to circulate. Investments he promised were not delivering returns. Some clients struggled to reach him. Bank records showed millions moving through his accounts with little explanation. Investigators would later compare his operation to a small-scale Ponzi scheme, relying on new funds to cover old obligations. On the weekend of the 18th of April, 2009, the facade finally crumbled. Financial investigators were closing in. A $450,000 transfer had been flagged. William knew exposure was inevitable. To his family, however, he acted calm. He suggested a short trip, framing it as a chance to rest. Betty, loyal and trusting, agreed. Stephanie brought her schoolwork. Catherine carried her favorite stuffed animal. Together, they checked into room 1009 at the Sheraton. Hotel employees noticed nothing unusual. The family dined, quietly returned to their suite, and closed the door. No one saw them alive again. On the 20th of April, housekeepers attempted to enter but found the latch engaged. Managers used a master key and discovered a nightmare. Inside the bathroom lay William Parente, dead from sharp force injuries he had inflicted on himself. Nearby were the remains of Betty, Stephanie, and Catherine. All three had been asphyxiated, most likely smothered while they slept. The crime shocked even seasoned detectives. Why had a man with no history of violence murdered his own family before taking his life? The answer lay in the unraveling of his financial empire. Records showed William had misused millions in client funds. The FBI was preparing charges. Colleagues said exposure would have ended his career, his reputation, and his freedom. Faced with ruin, he made a choice as cruel as it was selfish to destroy not only himself but the family who trusted him. The investigation confirmed the timeline. On the night of the 19th of April, William transferred hundreds of thousands from client accounts trying to cover gaps. When he realized it was futile, he turned inward. Detectives believe he smothered his wife first, then his daughters one by one. Stephanie was a promising college student, bright and ambitious. Catherine was still a child, neither had any chance to resist. Hours later, William used a knife to end his own life in the bathroom. Forensic teams collected bank documents scattered across the room. His laptop contained spreadsheets with false numbers. The weight of deception was clear. To prosecutors, William was not just a desperate man. He was a fraudster whose crimes culminated in family annihilation. The Parente murders left a deep scar in Baltimore. Friends of Betty described her as kind and devoted, a woman who gave her life to her daughters. Stephanie's classmates remembered her smile and her plans to study law, perhaps to follow in her father's footsteps. Catherine's teachers wept at the news. She had been cheerful, always drawing pictures for her friends. Detectives called it a financial murder-suicide, rare but devastating. When financial schemes collapse, perpetrators often consider ending their lives. William went further, choosing to end the lives of his family too. Experts in family annihilation noted patterns, secrecy, shame, and the inability to face disgrace publicly. For William, death seemed preferable to exposure. But in trying to protect his family from the fallout he inflicted upon them, the ultimate betrayal. The case served as a warning to the legal community. Background checks revealed William had been hiding financial irregularities for years. Yet clients continued trusting him. The ripple effect extended beyond his family. Dozens of investors lost their savings. His law firm collapsed. The tragedy destroyed not just one family, but many others. In the aftermath, community members erected a small memorial outside the family's home. Neighbors left flowers and handwritten notes. One read, "Betty, Stephanie, and Catherine, you deserved better." Another simply said, "We will never understand." The Parente case forced investigators to confront an uncomfortable truth. Family annihilation does not only come from rage, abuse, or jealousy. It can also emerge from financial despair, from the collapse of a carefully constructed facade. The weight of shame, combined with fear of exposure, can turn a provider into a destroyer. And while Baltimore struggled to comprehend this tragedy, another story was already unfolding elsewhere, one that pushed the boundaries of cruelty even further. This time it was not a father hiding fraud or a husband lashing out in rage. It was a case that spanned years, involving abduction, manipulation, and the psychological imprisonment of children. A story that would force the world to look at evil in its most insidious form. Spain, January 2019. The island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands, was supposed to be a paradise. For tourists, it meant beaches, sun, and calm. For Romina Celeste Nunez, it became a prison. By then, she had been married to Raul Diaz for only a few months. On social media, they looked like a glamorous couple, posing at dinners, smiling near the ocean. But behind the smiles, the marriage was collapsing into violence. Romina's family in Paraguay knew something was wrong. When she visited them weeks earlier, they noticed bruises along her arms and a limp she tried to disguise with scarves and excuses. She assured them it was nothing, just clumsiness. But privately, she told a close friend that her husband had beaten her and she feared for her life. She had already been to the hospital on the 29th of December with visible injuries. Doctors suspected abuse. Raul arrived quickly, insisting she had fallen. Romina, terrified, backed up his story. On New Year's Eve, the couple argued again. Neighbors reported shouting, then silence. Romina's phone went dark. Days passed with no word. Her mother, Miriam, called repeatedly from Paraguay, her voice rising with panic. Raul gave vague excuses, first that Romina had stormed off, later that she had taken his money and fled. Only on the 8th of January, under pressure, did he file a missing persons report. Police quickly grew suspicious. His stories contradicted one another. Forensic teams searched the home. Under luminol, clean patches glowed on floors and walls, evidence of washed biological traces. On the second floor, investigators found a broken fingernail embedded in wood containing Romina's DNA, along with Raul's epithelial cells. In the bathroom, stuck to tiles, was one of Romina's contact lenses. Experts testified it could only have dislodged under blunt force, suggesting a violent blow. Raul's online purchases deepened suspicion. Records showed orders for caustic soda, commonly used to strip organic matter. Investigators concluded he had attempted to destroy evidence of dismemberment. Then, in late February, a fragment of human lung washed ashore on a nearby beach. DNA confirmed it belonged to Romina. For her mother and sister, the news was devastating. It was the only part of her they would ever recover. The ocean had swallowed the rest. Confronted, Raul shifted his account again. This time he claimed Romina had died, accidentally drowning in the bathtub after drinking heavily. Fearing he would be blamed, he said he panicked. He admitted burning her remains on a barbecue in the courtyard, then placing fragments in bags and casting them into the sea. The explanation collapsed under forensic review. Experts testified that bones could not simply fall apart on a grill, nor could organs detach without instruments. The trial faced delays, first procedural, then due to the pandemic. In 2023, after 4 long years, Raul finally stood before a judge. The court found him guilty, but only of manslaughter, not premeditated murder. His sentence, just over 15 years, enraged Romina's family. They saw it as a second betrayal, proof that even when evidence screamed brutality, justice could still be softened by legal technicalities. Romina's mother wept outside the courthouse, clutching her daughter's photograph. She left to give her children a better life, she said. Instead, she found her death. Feminist groups across Spain rallied, chanting her name, demanding stronger protections for women trapped in abusive relationships. Her story became a symbol, another reminder that leaving an abuser often carries the greatest danger. Forensic psychologists later described Raul as manipulative, narcissistic, and driven by control. He had isolated Romina, cut her ties to family, and used violence to dominate her. When she resisted, he silenced her completely. In Lanzarote today, tourists walk beaches unaware that the waves once carried fragments of a young mother taken too soon. Her children remain in Paraguay, raised by their grandmother. They will grow up with stories of a woman who wanted only to provide them a future. But Romina's tragedy was not unique. Around the world, similar patterns repeat: control, isolation, abuse, silence. Sometimes it ends in bruises, sometimes it ends in funerals. And in Costa Rica, just 1 year after Romina disappeared, another woman, a respected doctor, would be found lifeless in her hotel room. Her case, marked by extraordinary violence and unanswered questions, would again test the limits of forensic investigation. July 2020. Manuel Antonio, Costa Rica. At first, the La Mansión Inn Hotel appeared serene, perched above the ocean with balconies overlooking waves and forest. But when staff entered room 58 on the afternoon of the 20th of July, they stepped into a nightmare that shattered the calm of this resort town. On the bed lay the lifeless figure of 3-year-old anesthesiologist Maria Luisa Cedeno. Her beloved dog Mafalda cowered nearby, whimpering in the corner. Bloodstains marked the floor curtains and bathroom tiles. The odor of bleach mingled with something far worse, the unmistakable scent of death. Investigators immediately secured the scene. Forensic specialists noted bite marks across Maria Luisa's body, broken fingernails, suggesting she had fought desperately, and evidence her remains had been washed. The attacker had tried to conceal the violence, moving her body to the bathroom, rinsing her, then wrapping her in sheets before returning her to the bed. Despite the attempt to clean, traces of blood were everywhere. The autopsy revealed the brutality of the assault. Maria Luisa had been strangled, beaten, and suffered head trauma. Vertebrae in her neck were fractured. Bruises marked her arms, chest, and lips. The official cause of death: blunt head injury, combined with asphyxiation. The coroner told her family it was one of the most violent cases they had seen in years. Out of respect, they recommended a closed casket funeral. Detectives faced a puzzle. Hotel records showed no unauthorized entries. The only card swipes belonged to Maria Luisa. That meant either she had opened the sliding glass patio door to someone she trusted, or the door had been left unlocked. Suspicion quickly turned inward toward other residents of the hotel. At the time, the pandemic had left the inn nearly empty. Only a handful of long-term guests remained, most of them staying free under the generosity of the owner, Harry Bodden, who allowed struggling friends to live there during hard times. 2 of those men, Luis Carlos Miranda and Teodoro Teo Herrera, quickly became persons of interest. Both were close to Bodden, both moved freely through the hotel, and both had spent the evening drinking. Forensic teams uncovered damning evidence. Herrera's shoes carried Maria Luisa's blood. His fingernails trapped skin cells belonging to her, consistent with her attempts to fight back. His watch bore microscopic traces of blood. Miranda's link was less direct, but text messages between him and Bodden hinted at disturbing fantasies about involving a woman in sexual games. Days before the killing, Miranda wrote to Bodden about bringing someone for play. Then came the most chilling detail. 2 bite marks on Maria Luisa's body matched the dental impressions of Harry Bodden himself. When questioned, he appeared frail, often in a wheelchair due to knee surgery. He insisted the messages were jokes and denied being in her room. Still, prosecutors believed more than one man had participated. Yet as the case progressed, cracks appeared. The hotel's security cameras had mysteriously stopped working on the night of the murder. Witnesses reported a power outage coinciding with the time frame of Maria Luisa's death. Some suspected deliberate tampering, but proof was elusive. 9 days passed before investigators searched Baden's private office, giving him time, critics argued, to dispose of incriminating evidence. The trial opened in September 2022. Prosecutors laid out their case. Herrera had committed the assault, while Miranda and Baden enabled or encouraged it. The defense countered that bite marks could only exclude suspects, not conclusively prove guilt. They argued Herrera alone was responsible. The courtroom fell silent as Maria Luisa's sister testified. She described her as a light in our family, a woman who had devoted her life to saving others during the pandemic. Her voice broke as she described receiving her sister's blood-soaked belongings back from authorities. "We did not want clothes," she said. "We wanted answers." In the end, the jury convicted only Herrera. He received a 50-year sentence, one of the longest in Costa Rican history. Miranda and Baden were acquitted for lack of sufficient evidence. Outside, Maria Luisa's family wept. To them, justice had only been half served. "There were more hands in that room," her mother said, "but only one will pay." The verdict divided the country. Many saw it as proof that wealth and influence shielded some suspects from accountability. Others feared Herrera had become a scapegoat. Either way, the brutality of the case left scars on Costa Rica's collective memory. Hospitals across the nation held vigils. Doctors stood in white coats, holding candles, remembering a colleague whose final moments were filled with terror. But even as her story stirred outrage, another tragedy was unfolding far away in Asia. In China, a popular live streamer named Lamu had begun broadcasting from her kitchen when her estranged husband stormed in. What followed shocked not just her family but thousands of followers watching in real time. September 2020. Deep in Sichuan province, China, a live stream began just like any other. Lamu, dressed in traditional Tibetan clothing, smiled at her phone as she prepared food. Her gentle singing carried across the mountains through her broadcast. Thousands of followers tuned in, leaving hearts and comments. To them, she was the mountain girl, pure and full of light. But that night, what unfolded on screen would leave them horrified and helpless. Suddenly, the door burst open. Off-camera, heavy footsteps stormed in. Lamu's face changed instantly. Her smile vanished. Fear froze her features. "Don't hurt my family," she cried, her voice trembling. The camera tilted, capturing only shadows and sound. Liquid splashed. A man's voice shouted. Seconds later, a lighter clicked. Then came Lamu's screams, raw, piercing, unforgettable, before flames roared and the feed went black. Viewers were left stunned. Some thought it was staged. Others frantically called local police. But within hours, news confirmed the worst. Lamu had been set on fire by her ex-husband Tang Lu in front of her father and brother. He had doused her with gasoline and ignited her. Rescue crews pulled her from the blaze. Her body burned over 90%. Her lungs were scorched from inhaling smoke and flames. Doctors called her survival a miracle. For 2 weeks, she lay in a coma, hooked to machines, her family keeping vigil at her bedside. Her followers raised millions of yuan within hours for her treatment. Messages of prayer flooded social media. But on the 30th of September, she succumbed to her injuries. She was just 30 years old. The outrage was immediate. Hashtags with her name surged on Weibo. Tens of millions demanded justice and stronger protections for victims of domestic violence. Women across China shared stories of their own abuse, using her death as a rallying cry. The case exposed deep flaws in enforcement of anti-domestic violence laws. Police had previously received her complaints but dismissed them as family matters. Those missed opportunities became points of national shame. At trial, Tang appeared defiant, even cold. He claimed stress, jealousy, and love drove him. The court rejected his excuses. He was convicted of intentional homicide, his crime described as deliberate, cruel, and public. In July 2022, less than 2 years after the attack, his execution was carried out. For some it was justice, for others, no punishment could undo the horror her family endured. Forensic experts later noted how Lamu's case reflected a disturbing pattern in domestic homicides escalation. Abuse begins with control, moves to isolation, then violence. When victims attempt to leave, perpetrators often commit lethal acts. Lamu's murder fit the pattern precisely. Her attempt to escape her court-ordered custody battle and her public presence all threatened Tang's control. His final act was both revenge and domination, an attempt to silence her forever, even in front of the world. Her story has since been taught in Chinese universities as a case study in both domestic violence and the role of social media in documenting tragedy. To this day, her account remains active, filled with comments from followers, leaving prayers, songs, and promises to remember her. For her family, grief never ends. Her father rebuilt the house, destroyed in the fire, but he refuses to erase her presence. In one corner, her sister set up a small altar, decorated with her photo, and flowers picked from the mountains Lamu loved. Pilgrims still visit, laying white scarves, symbols of mourning and respect. Though Tang's execution closed the legal chapter, the emotional one continues. Lamu's death became more than an individual crime, it became a symbol. A reminder of what happens when warning signs are ignored, when violence is dismissed, and when women's pleas go unanswered. Her ashes were scattered in the mountains where she once sang to her followers. In every gust of wind, her family says they hear her voice. But as the world mourned her, another disturbing case was unfolding in Central America. In Costa Rica, an esteemed doctor had been found dead in a hotel room, her body bearing signs of torture and humiliation. And while one suspect would be sentenced, lingering doubts about accomplices raised haunting questions about whether true justice had been served. The trial of Teodoro Teo Herrera in Costa Rica concluded with a 50-year sentence, one of the longest penalties issued in the country's history. For prosecutors, the conviction was a victory. For Maria Luisa Cedeño's family, it was only half the truth. They believed, and many still do, that more than one man was inside that room on the night of the 19th of July 2020. From the very beginning, investigators suspected multiple attackers. The autopsy supported that theory. Maria Luisa's injuries were too extensive for a single person. Her body bore overlapping bite marks from different dental profiles. Her arms showed restraint bruises, suggesting she had been held down, and the cleanup of the scene, washing her body, moving her between the bed and bathroom, would have required time and assistance. Forensic specialists testified that silence during such a violent act could only be explained if multiple people were subduing her simultaneously. Yet, in the courtroom, physical evidence tied only Herrera directly to her death. Blood was found beneath his fingernails. His shoes carried her DNA. A trail of droplets led from her bed to his quarters. His watch bore microscopic flecks of her blood. The prosecution had what they needed for a conviction. But when it came to Luis Carlos Miranda and hotel owner Harry Bodden, the case was weaker. 2 bite marks had matched Bodden's teeth impressions, yet the defense seized on uncertainty. Experts admitted bite mark analysis can exclude suspects but cannot prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Text messages between Miranda and Bodden that fantasized about involving a woman days before the killing were presented. But again, the defense argued they were crude jokes, not evidence of conspiracy. In the absence of DNA or direct physical linkage, both men walked free. The acquittal outraged the Cedeño family. Outside the courthouse, her sister told reporters, "There were more hands in that room, we know it." But justice stopped halfway. Feminist groups staged protests in San Jose, carrying banners with Maria Luisa's face and the words, "Ni una menos, not one less." They accused the system of protecting powerful men while condemning only the weakest link. Questions lingered about the investigation itself. Why did it take 9 days for police to search Bodden's private office, giving him time to dispose of evidence? Why did the hotel's cameras fail precisely during the hours of the murder? Why were the guards' testimonies about power outages brushed aside? Each unanswered question deepened suspicions of a cover-up. In interviews, Maria Luisa's colleagues struggled to reconcile the brutality of her death with the kindness she showed in life. She had led her anesthesiology department through the darkest months of the pandemic, coordinating equipment, treating patients, and working exhausting shifts. Many remembered her comforting words at the bedsides of those fighting for breath. Now they carried candles outside hospitals, chanting her name in vigils that stretched late into the night. Herrera from his cell maintained his silence. He never explained his motives. Some speculated he had been intoxicated. Others believed he had been part of a planned assault encouraged by Miranda and Baden. But without his cooperation, the truth remained locked away. Forensic psychologists reviewing the case suggested the attack bore the hallmarks of group violence, humiliation, mutilation, cruelty beyond what was necessary to kill. To them, such savagery hinted at deeper dynamics, perhaps rituals of dominance shared between multiple perpetrators. This was not a random killing, one expert remarked. This was rage expressed collectively. Still legally, Herrera stood alone. His appeal was denied. He will spend most of his life in prison. Baden returned to his hotel, living under house arrest during the trial, then resuming his life, albeit shadowed by whispers. Miranda faded from public attention, though many in Costa Rica still suspect his involvement. For Maria Luisa's family, the sentence brought no closure. They returned her blood-soaked belongings carefully packed in evidence bags, items they wished had been preserved for possible future appeals. Instead, they stored them as grim reminders of a life lost and a case unfinished. Her parents buried her in San Carlos, where she had grown up. The ceremony was quiet, attended by colleagues, patients, and friends who described her as a warrior in white. Her dog Mafalda, traumatized but alive, stayed near the grave, unwilling to leave. To her family, the little dog symbolized both tragedy and survival. Though Herrera's imprisonment marked an official end, doubts remained. People in Manuel Antonio whispered about the night the lights went out, about the cameras that mysteriously failed, about the hands that may have helped silence a doctor whose only crime was seeking rest. And while Costa Rica struggled with unanswered questions in the United States, another family annihilation had already made headlines. In Maryland, the Parente case showed how financial desperation could drive a man to kill his own wife and daughters. Now another American case was about to shock the public. A man whose YouTube alibi hid a horrifying secret, a crime that blurred the line between digital performance and real-world violence. The 18th of December, 2022, just days before Christmas, a chilling contradiction emerged in the digital world. On YouTube, thousands of viewers watched a young man named Steven live streaming from his bedroom. His screen displayed the familiar chaos of Grand Theft Auto 5, his voice rising with excitement as he shouted at the game. The stream was labeled Violent Night Christmas Stream, and to his audience nothing seemed unusual. He was at home online playing through missions in real time. But later that night, security cameras in another part of town captured a figure who looked unmistakably like Steven. The footage showed him walking quickly through the shadows toward the home of his pregnant girlfriend, Natalie. Hours later, she would be found dead, stabbed, and left to bleed in her own house. She was 7 months pregnant. The unborn child did not survive. How could Steven be in two places at once? To his fans, he had an alibi. To investigators, the live stream was a deception. Natalie's family first raised alarm when she failed to answer calls the following morning. Her sister drove to her home. Inside, she found a disturbing scene: overturned furniture, broken glass, and Natalie's remains in the living room. The shock was overwhelming. Police were called immediately, and the house was sealed off as a crime scene. Detectives pieced together the timeline. The attack occurred sometime between 9:30 and 11:00 p.m. on the 18th of December. At that exact time, Steven's YouTube account was streaming gameplay. To his defense, this was his shield, proof that he was online, visible to thousands. But tech-savvy investigators suspected otherwise. They subpoenaed platform records and discovered a crucial detail: the stream had been pre-recorded. The game footage, Steven's commentary, even his reactions were all staged hours earlier and uploaded as if live. While his audience believed he was safely behind a computer, he was free to move, undetected. This revelation reframed the case. The live stream was not just entertainment, it was an alibi constructed with chilling foresight. Forensic teams collected biological evidence from Natalie's home. Her fingernails carried epithelial cells matching Steven. Neighbors reported hearing raised voices earlier in the evening, consistent with an argument. A knife, later identified as the instrument involved, bore traces of both their DNA. The emotional impact on Natalie's family was devastating. She had been excited to welcome her child, often posting online about baby names and nursery plans. Her mother wept in court, describing how Natalie had purchased Christmas stockings for all three of us. Now 2 lives were gone. Prosecutors framed the case not only as a homicide but as an example of calculated manipulation. They argued Stephen's decision to stage a live stream showed premeditation. He anticipated suspicion and built an illusion to escape accountability. This was not a crime of passion, they said, it was a crime of planning. Psychologists analyzing Stephen's behavior pointed to narcissistic traits. His need for control extended to public perception. By creating a digital smokescreen, he sought to control not only his girlfriend but the narrative of his innocence. To investigators, it was chilling, a crime designed for an era where online presence can seem as real as physical presence. When the case reached the media, headlines screamed "Killer gamer and YouTuber accused of murdering pregnant girlfriend." While live streaming, public outrage grew. Many felt betrayed. Viewers who had watched him play that night realized they had unknowingly witnessed part of his alibi. Natalie's story became more than a local tragedy. It became a cautionary tale about digital deception. Technology, once a tool for connection, had been weaponized to mask violence. The trial loomed with prosecutors ready to dismantle Stephen's carefully crafted alibi piece by piece. They had video evidence, forensic confirmation, and a grieving family demanding justice. But Stephen remained silent, staring coldly from the defense table, as if still convinced he could outplay reality. And as the jury prepared to hear the case, one haunting question lingered: was Natalie's murder an isolated act of rage, or had Stephen been planning something far darker all along? When the trial began in late 2023, the courtroom in Ohio was packed. Journalists filled every row, laptops open, cameras waiting outside the courthouse. On one side sat Natalie's grieving family, her mother clutching a framed photograph, her sister holding tissues in her trembling hand. On the other side, Stephen sat behind his attorneys, dressed neatly, his eyes blank. He hardly glanced at the gallery, as if trying to retreat into himself, or perhaps still convinced he could manipulate the narrative. The prosecution opened with a devastating timeline. At 6:00 p.m. on the 18th of December, Stephen had uploaded what appeared to be a live gaming session. Metadata from YouTube confirmed it was pre-recorded. At 9:30 p.m., a neighbor saw his car parked outside Natalie's house. At 10:15 p.m., a camera from a nearby convenience store captured a figure matching his description walking down the street toward her neighborhood. By 11:00 p.m., Natalie was dead. Detectives testified about the digital trail. They explained how IP logs and server data exposed the fake live stream. One forensic specialist showed the jury how the commentary track had been edited, stitched together from older recordings. It was a performance designed not for entertainment, but for deception. He was never live, the expert told jurors. He was buying himself time to kill. Then came the physical evidence. A kitchen knife found at the scene contained Natalie's blood and Stephen's skin cells. Under her fingernails, epithelial DNA matched him, proof she had fought back. The prosecution argued this was no accident, no momentary rage. It was a planned act by a man determined to silence his partner permanently. The emotional core of the trial came from Natalie's family. Her mother described how excited Natalie had been about her pregnancy. She had decorated the nursery-filled drawers with baby clothes and hung tiny Christmas stockings labeled Mom, Dad, and Baby. In a trembling voice, her mother told the jury, she believed he would change. She believed he would be there for the baby. But he stole everything. Natalie's sister described the moment she found her. She spoke of entering the house, calling her name, and then stumbling upon a sight she would never forget. Her testimony brought tears to several jurors' eyes. The defense countered with a fragile strategy. They admitted the live stream was pre-recorded, but argued that it proved nothing about intent. They claimed Stephen had uploaded it early simply to avoid interruptions. They suggested that an unknown intruder could have entered Natalie's home. Coincidence does not equal guilt, one attorney said. But prosecutors dismantled this theory. They pointed to the lack of forced entry, the absence of foreign DNA, and Stephen's history of controlling behavior. Witnesses testified about past arguments, how Natalie had confided fears about him, how she worried he might hurt her if she ever left. The picture grew clearer. Stephen was not a loving partner. He was a manipulator whose final act of control was lethal. Courtroom observers noted Stephen's demeanor. He rarely showed emotion, often staring at the table or fidgeting with his hands. Only once did he react strongly when prosecutors displayed a text message he had sent to a friend weeks before Natalie's death. "If she tries to ruin my life, I'll ruin hers first." The jury shifted uncomfortably at those words. Psychological experts testified next. They explained the mindset of men who commit intimate partner homicides, especially during pregnancy. Pregnancy often threatens abusive men as the attention shifts toward the child. Some perceive it as loss of control. In Stephen's case, the staged alibi showed not just impulsive violence but calculated planning. This was about control, one expert said. Control over her, control over how the world saw him, and control over the story he wanted to tell. By the third week, the weight of evidence was undeniable. Yet, the defense clung to doubt, painting Stephen as a misunderstood young man overwhelmed by stress. They warned jurors not to let sympathy for Natalie override the standard of proof. But sympathy was not the only thing in the room. It was anger, sorrow, and an unshakable sense that the digital mask Stephen had built had crumbled under forensic scrutiny. The prosecution prepared to deliver closing arguments, summarizing weeks of testimony, evidence, and heartbreak. In just days, the jury would be asked to decide whether Stephen was guilty of murdering his pregnant girlfriend while pretending to be somewhere else entirely. And as the community braced for a verdict, another question echoed in the courtroom halls. What happens when technology becomes not a tool for truth, but a shield for lies? The courtroom was silent when the prosecutor rose for closing arguments. For 3 weeks, jurors had listened to testimony, watched forensic experts explain technical evidence, and endured the emotional weight of Natalie's family. Now came the narrative meant to bind it all together. The prosecutor's voice was steady, deliberate. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," he began, "you have seen the evidence, you have heard the voices, you have followed the timeline. Tonight you will decide whether justice belongs to Natalie and her unborn child, or whether Stephen walks free behind a mask of lies." He recounted the digital deception, how Stephen pre-recorded a gaming session, staged his reactions, and tricked thousands into believing he was safe at home. He did not live stream for entertainment. He live streamed for alibi. It was his costume, his disguise. While his viewers thought he was laughing into a microphone, he was walking down a street with a knife in his pocket. The prosecutor pointed to photographs of Natalie's home, the broken glass, the overturned chair, the holiday stockings waiting by the fireplace. He reminded jurors that her fingernails held Stephen's DNA, that the knife bore both their biological traces, that surveillance cameras placed him near the house. "Coincidences do not pile up like this," he said. "This is not a mystery, this is murder." Then he shifted from forensic to human. Natalie was 26. She was expecting a child in just a few weeks. She had hope for her future, for her son's future. She wanted to raise him surrounded by love. Instead, she was betrayed by the man who promised to protect her. That betrayal cost 2 innocent lives. Jurors leaned forward as he spoke, some visibly moved. His words built layer by layer evidence, interwoven with emotion, until his voice hardened. "Do not let technology blind you. Do not let YouTube trickery confuse you." He thought he was smarter than all of us. He thought he could control the story. But the truth is here in this courtroom, and the truth is guilty. When he sat down, the defense stood. Stephen's attorney took a different tone, softer, almost pleading. He acknowledged Stephen's mistakes, immaturity, irresponsibility, deception. But he insisted those mistakes did not prove murder. "Yes, the live stream was pre-recorded," he said. "Yes, it was dishonest, but dishonesty does not equal homicide. There is no video placing Stephen inside that house at the moment of Natalie's death. There is no eyewitness. There is only speculation and grief." He warned jurors against being swept away by emotion. "Justice requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt," he reminded them. "If there is even one doubt, even one possibility that someone else committed this crime, your duty is to acquit." He gestured towards Stephen, who sat stiffly at the table. "This is a young man who made poor choices, who lied online, but who still deserves the presumption of innocence." The words echoed, but they felt thin against the mountain of evidence. Prosecutors had not only dismantled Stephen's alibi, they had painted him as a man obsessed with control, willing to deceive the world to cover violence at home. When the defense finished, the judge instructed the jury, They were reminded of the charges: first-degree murder of Natalie, unlawful termination of her pregnancy, and obstruction of justice through staged alibi. The jury filed out to deliberate. In the gallery, Natalie's family sat holding one another's hands. Her mother whispered prayers under her breath. Outside, reporters waited for any update cameras, ready to broadcast the outcome. Hours stretched into the night. At one point, jurors requested to rewatch the surveillance footage and to review the forensic testimony about the knife. They also asked to see Natalie's text messages from the week before her death, where she had confided to a friend that she was afraid Stephen might hurt her. By the next morning, tension filled the courthouse. The jury had reached a decision. As they filed back into the room, the foreperson carried the folded verdict form. Every eye turned to the panel of 12 ordinary citizens who now carried extraordinary responsibility. The judge asked if they had reached a unanimous verdict. The foreperson nodded. The clerk unfolded the paper, ready to read. What followed would not only determine Stephen's fate, but also answer the haunting question that had echoed since the night of the 18th of December. Could a staged digital alibi outsmart justice, or would truth prevail? Heavy as the clerk prepared to read the verdict, Natalie's family leaned forward, gripping each other's hands. Stephen sat motionless, his eyes fixed on the table as if refusing to acknowledge what was about to come. The judge instructed the jury to rise, then asked the foreperson to deliver their decision. On the charge of first-degree murder of Natalie, the clerk read, "We the jury find the defendant Stephen guilty." A gasp rippled through the gallery. Natalie's mother began to sob, her sister burying her face in her hands. The foreperson continued. On the charge of unlawful termination of pregnancy, we find the defendant guilty. Murmurs spread across the courtroom. Even the court officers shifted uncomfortably at the weight of those words. On the charge of obstruction of justice through a staged alibi, we find the defendant guilty. The words echoed like a hammer striking steel. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Stephen did not flinch. He remained seated, eyes still fixed on the table, his jaw clenched. For the first time, a faint tremor crossed his hands, but his face remained blank. To some, it was defiance. To others, it was shock that his illusion had finally failed. Natalie's family clung to one another. Through tears, her mother whispered, "Justice finally." But justice was only partial. No sentence could return Natalie or the unborn child she carried. No verdict could erase the memory of Christmas stockings that would never be filled. The prosecution called the case a triumph of truth over deception. They highlighted how digital forensics had exposed Stephen's fake live stream, showing how technology that once gave him cover had become his downfall. He thought he could trick everyone, the prosecutor told reporters outside. But data does not lie, and tonight justice spoke louder than his lies. The defense, subdued, announced plans for appeal, arguing the jury had been swayed by emotion rather than evidence. Yet the mountain of forensic proof loomed too high. Appeals would not likely erase the conviction. During the sentencing phase, prosecutors argued for life without parole. They emphasized the cruelty of the crime, the premeditation shown by the staged alibi, and the double loss: Natalie and her unborn child. They played once more the surveillance footage, overlaying it with Natalie's final text to her friend, "I think he might hurt me. I don't know what to do." The courtroom fell silent as those words hung in the air. Natalie's father delivered a victim impact statement. He spoke slowly, voice breaking with grief. "I will never walk my daughter down the aisle. I will never hold my grandson, all because of you." He pointed toward Stephen, whose eyes finally lifted, not in remorse, but in cold detachment. The judge, weighing both the brutality and the manipulation involved, addressed Stephen directly. "You not only took a young woman's life, you destroyed an entire family's future. You attempted to deceive this court, the public, and the world. But deception cannot erase truth. Your actions were cruel, calculated, and irreversible." On that basis, the judge imposed the maximum penalty, allowed life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The gavel struck, sealing Stephen's fate. Outside the courthouse, snow fell gently, a sharp contrast to the storm of grief and anger inside. Reporters broadcast the verdict across the nation. Social media lit up with reactions, some mourning Natalie, others shocked by the digital manipulation that had almost hidden the crime. Hashtags bearing her name trended for days as people shared her story alongside calls for stronger protections against domestic violence. For Natalie's family, the verdict brought some measure of closure, but not peace. Her sister later told a journalist, "We fought for justice, we got it. But the house is still empty. Her laugh is still gone." In prison, Stephen adjusted to a life stripped of cameras, stripped of an audience. His carefully curated persona collapsed. Behind bars, there was no live stream, no performance, only silence and the weight of his sentence. Yet even as this case concluded, it raised unsettling questions about the intersection of crime and technology. How many others might attempt similar digital deceptions? How can investigators stay ahead in a world where presence can be faked with a click of a button? The story of Stephen and Natalie became more than a trial. It became a warning for a digital age. But while one courtroom closed its chapter, another case in Europe was just beginning. A disappearance in Spain, where a young woman named Romina vanished, leaving behind a trail of secrets, suspicions, and a husband whose story would unravel under the weight of forensic scrutiny. Spain, January 2019. The holiday season was over, but for the family of Romina Núñez, the new year brought silence and fear. For days her mother Miriam had tried to reach her by phone. Calls went unanswered. Texts showed no response. Finally, desperate Miriam contacted Romina's husband Raúl, hoping for answers. His reply was unnerving. He claimed Romina had stormed out after an argument on New Year's Eve and had not returned. To Miriam, it sounded rehearsed, hollow. Mothers know when something is wrong. Romina was 30, born in Paraguay, but living in Spain in search of a better life. Friends described her as warm, devoted to her 2 children, and determined to rebuild her life after years of hardship. She had survived cancer, endured failed relationships, and worked tirelessly to support her family. Her resilience inspired those who knew her. But behind the walls of her marital home in Lanzarote, a darker reality unfolded. Raúl, her husband, was charming in public, but cruel in private. Friends later testified that Romina often appeared with bruises she tried to conceal under scarves and makeup. She confided to her closest confidantes that Raúl controlled her every move. He monitored her phone, isolated her from friends, and berated her with jealousy. Once, after a severe beating, she sought treatment at a hospital, but Raúl followed her there and insisted she had fallen. She confirmed his lie, too frightened to contradict him. When Romina disappeared, Raúl delayed filing a missing persons report. Only after relatives pressed him did he go to police 8 days later. His story shifted each time. At first, he said she left after a quarrel. Then he claimed she had taken money and possibly returned to Paraguay. Investigators immediately sensed deception. Police searched the couple's home with luminol, a chemical that reveals hidden biological traces. Even after thorough cleaning, streaks glowed across the bathroom and bedroom floors. Stains had been scrubbed but not erased. On the staircase, they found a broken fingernail containing Romina's DNA and epithelial cells from Raúl, evidence of a violent struggle. In the bathroom, a contact lens was stuck to the tile wall, likely dislodged by a blow to the face. The scene told a story of violence that Raúl tried desperately to hide. Neighbors recalled hearing loud arguments days before her disappearance. One described seeing Raúl carry heavy bags to his car in the middle of the night. He later admitted to police that he had disposed of things, but insisted it was just trash. Forensic experts were not convinced. Raúl finally gave a partial confession. He claimed that during a heated argument, Romina fell unconscious in the bathtub while intoxicated. Panicking, he said he tried to cremate her remains on a backyard barbecue to hide the accident. When that failed, he cut the remains into pieces, placed them in plastic bags, and threw them from cliffs into the Atlantic Ocean. The details stunned even seasoned investigators. Search teams scoured the coastline for weeks. Divers braved strong currents, volunteers combed beaches, and helicopters swept the horizon. Almost nothing surfaced until a tourist found a fragment of human lung washed ashore. DNA confirmed it belonged to Romina. Her remains were never fully recovered. The emotional toll on her family was unbearable. Miriam, her mother, broke down before cameras pleading for justice. "I only want my daughter back. She wanted happiness, but she found hell." Romina's 2 young children were left without their mother, their futures fractured by violence they were too young to understand. Prosecutors charged Raúl with homicide, domestic violence, and desecration of a corpse. The evidence was overwhelming: luminol traces, fingernail DNA, cleaning supplies ordered online, and his own shifting confessions. Yet Raul continued to claim it was all an accident. His defense argued he never intended to kill her. To Romina's family, these excuses only deepened the cruelty. Court proceedings dragged on, delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Each postponement reopened wounds for her loved ones. When the trial finally began in 2023, the courtroom heard harrowing details. Experts testified that a body cannot simply fall apart from fire without tools, contradicting Raul's story. Forensic scientists explained that dismantling a human body requires force. His version of events was scientifically impossible. Throughout the trial, Raul sat with little emotion, sometimes shaking his head, sometimes staring at the floor. He changed lawyers multiple times, each trying new strategies. But the evidence did not waver. The jury listened as prosecutors described a pattern of abuse escalating into lethal violence. When the verdict came, the sentence stunned Romina's supporters. Raul was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, domestic abuse, and desecration of a corpse. His total sentence amounted to just over 15 years. Her family, outraged, called it a betrayal. 15 years for a life. For two children left without their mother, her sister demanded. Protests erupted outside the courthouse. The case ignited national debate in Spain about sentencing laws for domestic homicide. Activists argued the system minimized the suffering of victims, treating lethal abuse as lesser crimes. For Romina's family, the pain was permanent. They buried the fragment of lung found on the beach, the only part of her ever recovered, in a small ceremony back in Paraguay. And as one courtroom closed, another case began to rise to public attention. This time, not in Spain but in Central America, Costa Rica, where the brutal killing of an accomplished anesthesiologist in her hotel room would shock a nation, and once again expose how even the strongest women could fall victim to hidden predators. The 20th of July, 2020. Manuel Antonio, Costa Rica. The Lamb Mission Hotel stood near the Pacific coastline, its white walls faded by salt air and humidity. It was meant to be a sanctuary for tourists, a quiet retreat during the pandemic. For Dr. Maria Luisa Cedeno, a respected anesthesiologist, it was supposed to be a rare weekend of rest. She had carried the weight of the early COVID crisis in her hospital, working endless shifts, organizing supplies, comforting families who could not even enter the wards. Friends urged her to take time for herself. She listened, and it would cost her life. Hotel staff grew concerned when she stopped answering calls. They approached her room. The door was locked, but the emergency exit patio door stood ajar. What they found inside silenced them. Her small dog cowered in a corner, trembling. On the bed lay a motionless figure wrapped in a sheet. The odor was unmistakable. Maria Luisa had been murdered. Forensic teams arrived quickly. The scene told a story of both rage and methodical cleanup. Blood traces streaked the walls, the floor, even the curtains. Yet her body had been washed, dried, and placed back on the bed. The killer had tried to erase the brutality, but luminol exposed everything. Beneath the calm arrangement, the violence was staggering: bite marks, fractures, defensive wounds. 2 fingernails were broken, proof she had fought desperately. The autopsy revealed chilling details. Strangulation marks circled her neck. Multiple bruises covered her arms and chest. Most disturbing evidence that her body had been moved and cleansed after death, as though the perpetrator wanted to strip her of dignity, leaving her staged like a display. Investigators studied hotel entry logs. No keycards had accessed her room after she entered. That left only one possibility: someone came through the sliding glass door. Did she leave it unlocked for fresh air, or did she unknowingly let someone in? Attention quickly turned to 2 men staying at the hotel, Luis Carlos Miranda and Teodoro Teo Herrera. Both were friends of the hotel's owner, Harry Bodden, and lived there in exchange for work. Witnesses described casual interactions between the men and Maria Luisa, greetings, polite exchanges, nothing more. Yet Herrera bore fresh scratches on his body. Police swabbed beneath his fingernails. There they found Maria Luisa's blood. Further searches uncovered more. Herrera's shoes carried her DNA. His watch bore traces of blood, wiped hastily away. A trail of droplets, almost invisible, led from her room toward his quarters. The evidence was overwhelming, but investigators suspected more than one attacker. The violence was too extensive, the silence too absolute. Forensic psychologists argued that subduing a strong, healthy woman like Maria Luisa would have required multiple assailants. Bite mark analysis suggested different dental patterns, one of which appeared to match hotel owner Baden. Incriminating text messages surfaced between Baden and Miranda, hinting at fantasies of involving a woman in disturbing scenarios. Yet when the case reached court, the evidence against Baden and Miranda faltered. Bite marks, the judge reminded jurors, could exclude suspects but not definitively prove guilt. Text could be dismissed as dark humor. Without DNA, without direct linkage, both men were acquitted. Herrera stood alone. The court sentenced him to 50 years, one of the harshest penalties in Costa Rican history. Still, Maria Luisa's family left the courtroom shattered. They believed more men had been in that room. They believed their daughter's screams had been silenced, not by one set of hands but several. Her colleagues mourned deeply. Maria Luisa had been more than a doctor. She was a lifeline during crisis, a leader in her hospital, a source of comfort for patients, gasping for breath. At vigils, fellow physicians lit candles and wore ribbons of mourning. They carried placards reading "Ni una menos, not one less." Her death became a symbol not just of personal tragedy, but of systemic failure to protect women from violence. Herrera never confessed. He never explained why. He sits in prison silent, his motives locked away. Baden returned to his hotel, though his reputation never recovered. Miranda faded from public view. Maria Luisa's family was left with unanswered questions and belongings soaked in blood, returned to them by authorities, as if to remind them that closure was a dream they could not reach. In Costa Rica, the case left scars. It raised doubts about investigative integrity, about whether influence shielded some from accountability. Neighbors whispered about the blackout that night, the cameras that mysteriously failed the office that police searched 9 days too late. For Maria Luisa's parents, the pain was endless. They buried their daughter in her hometown of San Carlos, where mourners lined the streets. Her little dog Mafalda survived, but remained timid, refusing to leave the gravesite. To her family, the dog embodied both tragedy and loyalty, a final witness who could never speak. As Costa Rica struggled with grief and outrage, another country far across the world would soon face its own reckoning. In China, a live streaming star named Lamu, beloved for her simplicity, her songs, her mountain life, would meet a horrific fate at the hands of an abusive ex-husband. And this time, the crime unfolded live before thousands of helpless viewers. The 14th of September 2020, in a small Tibetan village in Sichuan province, China, a woman named Lamu began a live stream that seemed as ordinary as any other. Her followers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, adored her for her honesty, her simplicity, and her connection to the mountains she called home. That evening she wore a traditional dress, her face calm despite the hardships she endured in private. She smiled softly at the camera, singing a folk song as she prepared food in her kitchen. For her fans, it was another glimpse into the life of the mountain girl they loved. What happened next was unthinkable. The door burst open. A man stormed in, her ex-husband Tang Lu. Lamu's face froze in terror. She gasped clearly, trying to escape. The phone fell, the camera shifting sideways to the floor, but the stream continued. Viewers could hear chaos, heavy footsteps, the sound of liquid splashing, Lamu's desperate screams, then silence. A click. The sound of fire igniting. Thousands of viewers typed frantically in the comments, some believing it was a staged prank, others begging for someone to call police. But this was no performance. It was a live broadcast of a crime. Tang Lu had doused Lamu in gasoline and set her ablaze in her own home. Her father and brother rushed in trying to save her, but the flames consumed the wooden beams too quickly. Firefighters battled for 2 hours to control the blaze. Inside they found Lamu burned beyond recognition. Her skin charred, her lungs seared from smoke and heat. Miraculously, she still had a faint pulse. She was rushed to the hospital, clinging to life with burns covering over 90% of her body. Within hours, donations poured in enough to cover the astronomical cost of treatment. For 2 weeks, she lay in a coma in a burn center, doctors fighting to stabilize her fragile condition. Despite every effort, Lamu succumbed to her injuries on the 30th of September 2020. She was 30 years old. The tragedy shook China to its core. Lamu's videos had always been a refuge of purity and peace. Scenes of her harvesting herbs, singing against the backdrop of mountains, smiling as she cooked simple meals. To see her life end in flames streamed live was almost unbearable. Social media exploded with grief and outrage. The hashtag number, Lamu, spread across platforms, generating hundreds of millions of views. Investigators quickly arrested Tang Lu, who showed no remorse. He had a history of domestic violence, which Lamu had endured for years. She had divorced him once, only to remarry after he promised to change. Within weeks, he returned to his old ways, drinking, gambling, beating her. Earlier in 2020, she had filed again for divorce and escaped to her father's home. Tang retaliated by assaulting her sister-in-law, breaking her bones, yet he avoided serious punishment. Lamu feared he would kill her, telling friends privately, "One day he will end my life." Her fears became reality. Court records revealed chilling details. Tang had planned the attack, buying gasoline and carrying a knife with him to Lamu's house. He watched her live stream, waiting for the right moment to confront her. When he stormed in, he ensured her death would not be hidden. It would be public, humiliating, irreversible. The trial was swift. In October 2021, a court in Sichuan sentenced Tang to death, calling his actions deliberate, cruel, and beyond redemption. His appeals were rejected. In July 2022, the sentence was carried out. But the execution did little to ease the sorrow. Activists and ordinary citizens demanded systemic reform. They pointed out that Lamu had reported her abuse multiple times, yet authorities failed to protect her. Domestic violence laws in China existed on paper, but were rarely enforced. Her death became a rallying cry. How many more must die before change comes? For her fans, grief lingered. Many returned to her old videos, leaving comments as if speaking to her spirit. "You are free now, mountain girl," one wrote. "No more pain." In her village, relatives built a small shrine with her photograph, surrounded by flowers. Her 2 sons, left in the custody of her in-laws, became living reminders of a mother silenced too soon. The emotional resonance of her death extended far beyond China. News outlets worldwide reported on the live-streamed attack, framing it as a warning about unchecked domestic violence. International human rights groups used her story to highlight the universal dangers faced by women in abusive relationships. Lamu's tragedy stood at the crossroads of technology, culture, and law. The same platform that gave her joy and connection also broadcast her final moments. For viewers, the helplessness was haunting. Thousands watched, but none could intervene. And just as her story reverberated across continents, another chilling case would soon unfold back in the United States. A wealthy family checking into a luxury hotel in Baltimore was about to vanish behind locked doors, leaving behind one of the most baffling murder-suicide investigations in recent memory. By the time the prosecution presented its closing arguments, the courtroom had been transformed into a stage of relentless grief and damning evidence. Families of victims filled the benches. Some clutched photographs of lost daughters, sons, or siblings. Others simply stared at the defendant with silent hatred. Survivors who had lived through fragments of the violence testified, their voices trembling as they recounted the moments when trust turned to terror. The prosecutors reminded jurors that the crimes had not been impulsive. They were patterned, systematic, calculated. Forensic experts stepped forward with charts and exhibits. They explained how trace elements of toxins, arsenic, cyanide, morphine had been found in tissue samples. Hospital records confirmed the same suspect was present during the unexplained deaths. Psychologists testified to the mindset of a man who viewed himself not as a caregiver, but as judge, jury, and executioner. The evidence wove a tapestry of darkness that left jurors with little doubt. The defense, however, clung to a narrative of mercy. They argued that the accused had acted out of compassion, that he sought to end suffering. They pointed to patients with terminal illnesses, describing them as lingering in pain. But the prosecution countered with sharp precision: if these were truly acts of mercy, why had he also poisoned healthy partners, neighbors, or acquaintances who crossed him? Why did his methods escalate when angered? Why did his victims include children, spouses, and even strangers? The contradictions shattered any claim of benevolence. Inside the jury box, faces grew pale as autopsy photographs, muted clinical, were shown. Each slide told a story of lives cut short, of trust betrayed. Doctors who had once signed death certificates with routine detachment now sat in the witness stand, admitting their failures to detect the truth earlier. They had been fooled, blinded by normalcy and by the expectation that colleagues could be trusted. That blind spot had allowed dozens to die. As the verdict drew closer, the emotional toll spread beyond the courtroom. Newspapers printed long exposés detailing not only the crimes but also the systemic negligence that let them continue unchecked. Families of victims were forced to relive their grief daily as headlines screamed from every kiosk. Activists demanded reforms in hospital, oversight, stricter reporting systems, and mandatory autopsies for suspicious deaths. Legislators promised inquiries. But for those whose loved ones were gone, reforms came too late. The weight of the case pressed heavily on jurors. They were not only deciding guilt, they were measuring the meaning of justice itself. Could justice exist when so many graves were already filled? Could a single sentence balance the scales against decades of violence? One juror later admitted she cried every night, hearing the voices of mothers who described the last moments of their children. Another said he prayed for guidance, unsure how to process the scale of loss. The defendant himself remained composed through most of the trial. At times he smirked, at others he stared at the floor expressionless. He rarely spoke. When asked if he regretted anything, he said, "Only I made choices." The coldness of those words echoed across the silent courtroom. Some victims' families gasped in disbelief. One father shouted, "You had no right," before being escorted out. The judge's gavel struck hard, but the anger in the room was uncontainable. As closing arguments ended, the prosecution left jurors with one final line. This was not mercy, this was control. And every victim was denied the chance to live their life, denied their dignity, because one man chose to play God. Those words lingered long after the court recessed. The jury deliberated for hours, then days. Outside the courthouse, cameras lined the sidewalks. Crowds gathered, waiting for the moment when justice or something close to it would be announced. Inside, families held hands, whispering prayers. Some said they didn't care what happened to the defendant, as long as the truth was remembered. Others wanted only one outcome, the maximum penalty. When the jury finally returned, every eye fixed on them. The foreman held the envelope, hands trembling slightly. He cleared his throat. The judge asked for the verdict. In that charged silence, time seemed to stop. Mothers gripped rosaries. Fathers leaned forward. Reporters' pens hovered, ready to record history. And as the verdict was read aloud, the courtroom erupted, some in relief, others in sobs of anguish, and some in rage that no sentence could ever restore what had been lost. Yet the story was not over. Appeals, sentencing hearings, and final acts of defiance from the convicted man would push this case into even darker territory before it reached its end. Spain, 2023. The courtroom in Las Palmas was filled with the quiet hum of reporters, attorneys, and grieving relatives. After years of delays, the trial of Raúl Diaz, husband of Romina Núñez, finally concluded. When the sentence was read, the words cut like ice: 12.5 years for involuntary manslaughter, plus additional years for domestic violence and desecration of a corpse. For Romina's family, the punishment was not justice but an insult. A life reduced to numbers on a sentencing chart. Miriam, Romina's mother, wept openly outside the courthouse. He burned her, cut her apart, threw her into the sea. And now they tell us he will walk free one day. Her grief resonated with women across Spain who saw in Romina's case the same failures: repeated warnings, ignored violence, minimized systems that claimed to protect but rarely did. In the days following the verdict, demonstrations erupted in several cities. Protesters carried signs reading "Ni una menos" and "Justice for Romina." They lit candles, held photographs of her smiling face, and demanded reform. This is not just about one woman, one activist declared. It is about every woman who called for help and was told to wait. Every mother who was told to be patient. Every daughter who never came home. Forensic experts who testified at trial later admitted frustration. The luminol evidence, the DNA under her broken fingernail, the contact lens on the bathroom wall, all pointed to a violent killing. Yet without the recovery of her full remains, prosecutors struggled to prove premeditated murder beyond doubt. The lung fragment washed ashore was all that tied her body conclusively to Raúl's confession. Romina's sons, left behind in Paraguay, were too young to understand the full weight of the trial. They only knew their mother was gone. Her sister spoke to reporters. "One day we will tell them the truth. For now they must live with love, not hatred." but we will never stop fighting to clear her name and show that she was the victim of a crime, not an accident. Raul in prison maintained his story of accident. To the end, he claimed Romina had been drunk, that she drowned, that he panicked. His lawyers painted him as a man overwhelmed by fear, not malice. Yet court transcripts showed his contradictions, first saying she left voluntarily, then admitting to burning her remains. Each shift in his story cut deeper into the wounds of Romina's family. The emotional impact of the case spread far beyond Spain. In Paraguay, her childhood friends held vigils, remembering the girl who had left to build a better future. In women's shelters across Europe, her name was spoken as both a warning and a call to action. Lawmakers debated whether domestic violence sentencing laws needed reform. For Romina's supporters, the answer was obvious. Forensic psychologists analyzing Raul's behavior described him as a man obsessed with control. When Romina threatened to leave, his fragile sense of power collapsed. His actions attempting to destroy her body, to erase her existence, were extensions of that control. If he could not own her, one psychologist said, then he would ensure no one else could. But Romina's story, though tragic, also galvanized change. Petitions circulated demanding stricter penalties for domestic killers, and social services vowed to take reports of abuse more seriously. Her face, framed by candles and flowers, became a symbol of resilience. Still, for Miriam and her younger daughter, symbols offered little comfort. They wanted Romina back. They wanted her laughter at family dinners, her voice on the phone, her plans for the future. Instead, they had only fragments of evidence and a grave marked by absence. As Spain grappled with outrage, another case, thousands of miles away, was capturing headlines. In Costa Rica, the brutal murder of Dr. Maria Luisa Cedeno had already shaken faith in justice. And in China, Lamu's death had shown how technology could turn tragedy into spectacle. Together, these cases revealed a chilling pattern: women across cultures and continents, silenced by men who claimed to love them. And yet the stories were not over. In China, after Lamu's death, her ex-husband awaited his sentence. In Costa Rica, appeals loomed over Herrera's conviction, and in Spain, Romina's family vowed to continue their fight. These overlapping timelines of grief and injustice pointed to a truth too large to ignore: domestic violence is not confined by borders. It is a global epidemic. But even as these cases continued to echo, another story from the United States was about to rise, a case involving a respected nurse who was not a victim but a predator. A man who called himself the Angel of Death and whose crimes spanned decades, leaving investigators stunned by his staggering confession. Ohio, 1987. Police interrogation rooms are designed to wear people down: harsh fluorescent lights, thin chairs, the relentless tick of the clock. On the 11th of August of that year, investigators sat across from a man named Donald Harvey, a soft-spoken nurse's aide in his mid-30s. He seemed ordinary, almost meek. Yet what he confessed that day would shock the United States. Donald Harvey admitted to killing not one, not two, but dozens of patients under his care. Over the following days, the number climbed 33, then 50, then 70. He became known as the Angel of Death. Harvey grew up in rural Kentucky, the eldest of 3 children. His childhood was marked by poverty and alleged abuse. Teachers remembered him as quiet, studious, but detached. By 18, he had earned his GED and moved to Cincinnati, eventually securing work at hospitals. He was not a trained nurse or doctor, but his duties gave him intimate access to the sick and elderly, changing bedpans, inserting catheters, monitoring vital signs. He was trusted in spaces where patients were most vulnerable. The killings began almost by accident, or so he claimed. In 1970, while working at Marymount Hospital in London, Kentucky, Harvey said an elderly patient smeared feces on him during care. In a fit of rage, Harvey suffocated the man with a pillow and plastic bag. He later described feeling an odd sense of calm. No one questioned the patient's death. Emboldened, Harvey experimented. He cut oxygen supplies, injected air into veins to cause embolisms, and slipped toxic substances like cyanide and arsenic into food and IV lines. Forensic investigators later reconstructed a chilling pattern. Harvey's methods varied: smothering, poisoning, tampering with medical equipment. This variation made detection difficult. Death certificates listed natural causes. Colleagues, while noting that many patients died under his watch, chalked it up to coincidence. Some even nicknamed him the Kiss of Death, believing it was dark humor. In reality, Harvey was recording his acts meticulously in a diary. When asked why, Harvey offered shifting explanations. Sometimes he claimed he was performing mercy killings, ending the suffering of terminally ill patients. Other times he admitted he killed out of anger, revenge, or simple experimentation. One patient had insulted him, so Harvey inserted a wire into his catheter, puncturing his bladder. Another time, he poisoned a lover's parents with arsenic-laced food after arguments. The supposed mercy was at best a mask for deeper compulsions. Psychologists later noted Harvey's obsession with control. As a child, he had felt powerless, abused, mocked, ignored. As an adult in hospitals surrounded by vulnerable patients, he held absolute authority over life and death. "I was God," he once said in an interview. "I decided who lived and who died." The evidence against him mounted slowly. In March 1987, patient John Powell died while recovering from a motorcycle accident. His autopsy revealed a faint scent of almonds, a telltale sign of cyanide. Investigators traced the toxin back to Harvey. When confronted, he initially denied involvement, but after hours of questioning, he confessed to dozens of murders. Detectives were stunned. He spoke about it calmly, one recalled, like he was reading a grocery list. The courtroom proceedings were chilling. In November 1987, Harvey pleaded guilty to multiple murders, receiving life sentences to avoid the death penalty. He later admitted to at least 70 killings, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Judges described his crimes as systematic evil disguised in scrubs. Families of victims were devastated. Many had believed their loved ones died peacefully in care. Learning they were poisoned or smothered by the very man assigned to help them deepened their grief. Some sat in court holding photographs of parents and grandparents, whispering prayers as Harvey listened without visible remorse. Harvey's confessions sparked national outrage. Hospitals reviewed security protocols, instituting stricter controls over medications and patient monitoring. The case exposed glaring flaws in the medical system, how one employee without medical degrees could operate unchecked for nearly 2 decades. But Harvey's story did not end with his imprisonment. In 2017, decades after his sentencing, he was beaten to death in his cell by another inmate. The man who had controlled the lives of so many lost his own in an act of prison violence, dying not as an angel of death, but as another statistic in a brutal environment. The emotional resonance of Harvey's crimes lingered. For some, he was a symbol of betrayal, the nurse who became executioner. For others, his case revealed how institutions fail to protect the vulnerable. And for forensic psychology, he became a study in the dangerous intersection of power, control, and pathology. As journalists summarized his legacy, one line stood out. He didn't just kill patients. He killed trust in hospitals and caregivers, in the very idea of safety. And while America grappled with the horror of the angel of death, another tragedy was unfolding across the Pacific. In China, a young influencer named Lamu had been burned alive on livestream, her death replayed across millions of screens. And in Spain, Romina's family still marched for justice. These overlapping narratives raised one question louder than all. How can societies recognize the warning signs before it's too late? The prison corridors of the Toledo Correctional Institution were damp, echoing with the shuffle of chains and the hollow clang of doors. By 2017, Donald Harvey had spent 3 decades behind bars. At 64, his once youthful face had sagged into the pallor of age. To most of the world, he was already forgotten, a footnote in the archives of American serial killers. But inside the prison, his reputation lingered. The angel of death was despised by fellow inmates, many of whom had relatives who died in hospitals. They saw him not as a genius or a legend, but as a coward who preyed on the weak. On the 28th of March, 2017, a corrections officer making rounds found Harvey slumped in his cell, beaten and barely breathing. His skull was fractured, his brain bleeding. Days later, he died from blunt force trauma. The attacker, a fellow inmate named James Elliott, later confessed. Elliott claimed he had grown up near some of Harvey's victims in Kentucky. Killing Harvey, he said, was his way of offering closure to families who never got justice from the courts. For many, Harvey's death seemed a strange form of poetic reckoning. A man who had stripped others of control over their deaths finally lost control of his own. The news reignited public interest in Harvey's crimes. Reporters revisited the details, the cyanide-laced juices, the suffocation of elderly patients, the carefully written diary entries cataloging victims. Families of those he admitted killing expressed mixed emotions. Some felt relief that Harvey was gone. Others felt robbed, believing that his violent death allowed him to escape the long suffering they had wished he would endure in prison. "He took decades from my father," one victim's son said. "I wanted him to live every day with what he did. Instead, it ended fast." Forensic psychologists pointed out that Harvey's prison killing underscored a larger reality. Society struggles to comprehend medical serial killers. Unlike more familiar predators, these individuals operate in trusted roles: nurses, doctors, caregivers. Their actions destabilize public faith in institutions meant to protect. After Harvey, hospitals across the United States reviewed protocols for medication access, autopsy procedures, and staff oversight. Yet experts warned that oversight gaps remained. In the years following his conviction, other angels of death surfaced in different states and countries, showing that systemic vulnerabilities still existed. What set Harvey apart was not just his body count, it was the combination of power and invisibility. He killed in plain sight, with colleagues nearby, paperwork signed, supervisors present, and for nearly 20 years, no one stopped him. The final insult was how casually he described his acts. "I didn't see it as murder," he once told an interviewer. "I saw it as ending suffering." But forensic testimony revealed the truth: many of his victims were not terminal. Some were recovering, improving, or simply inconvenient to him. The so-called mercy was often a mask for irritation, vengeance, or experimentation. The emotional fallout continued long after his death. Families carried scars, not just from losing loved ones, but from the betrayal of trust. Hospitals were supposed to be sanctuaries. Instead, for dozens of people, they became silent execution chambers under Harvey's watch. As the dust settled on Harvey's death, commentators linked his case with a troubling pattern: the hidden epidemic of violence in places thought safe. Hospitals in the U.S., homes in Spain, hotel rooms in Costa Rica, kitchens in rural China, different locations, but the same undercurrent of control, abuse, and silence. The global dimension of these stories was becoming undeniable. Each crime carried its own forensic puzzle, its own courtroom battle. Yet the emotional resonance was shared: families, broken justice debated, and the haunting question of whether more could have been done. From Arkansas, where Ronald Gene Simmons annihilated his entire family, to Ohio, where Harvey preyed on patients, to Sichuan, where Lamu burned before her fans, to Spain, where Romina's remains were scattered into the sea, the narrative of violence against the vulnerable spanned continents. Each case felt separate, yet together they revealed a chilling chain of human cruelty, and the story was still unfolding. In Costa Rica, the family of Maria Luisa Cedeno continued their fight, convinced more than one man was responsible for her death. In Spain, Romina's relatives demanded harsher sentences. In China, women's rights activists held up Lamu's portrait as a call to reform. But even as the world debated, another chilling story was surfacing. In Costa Rica, suspicions grew about the hotel where Maria Luisa had died, the cameras that mysteriously failed the power outage on the night of her murder, and the owner whose name appeared in messages with suspects. The official record named only one man guilty, but the evidence told a murkier story. Costa Rica, July 2020. The Lamb Mission Hotel in Manuel Antonio was a modest resort by the Pacific coast, surrounded by lush greenery and ocean air. It was meant to be a place of peace, a sanctuary for travelers escaping the stress of the pandemic. For Dr. Maria Luisa Cedeno, a 43-year-old anesthesiologist, it was a short vacation after months of exhausting work at her hospital. She checked in with her small dog Mafalda, unaware that her final days had begun. 2 days later, hotel staff entered her room after failing to reach her. What they saw would linger in their memories forever. The air was heavy with the smell of blood. Her dog cowered in the corner. On the bed lay Maria Luisa's remains wrapped in a sheet. Forensic investigators were immediately called, and what they discovered spoke to a level of cruelty that shocked even seasoned professionals. Autopsy results revealed signs of a violent struggle. Bruises covered her body, her fingernails broken, as if she had fought desperately to survive. There were bite marks on her skin. Strangulation marks lined her neck, and fractures in her vertebrae suggested force far beyond restraint. The killer had attempted to clean her body, washing her in the hotel bathroom before wrapping her in a sheet and returning her to the bed. Blood traces, however, remained on the walls, floor, and even the curtains. From the beginning, the case was riddled with contradictions. Hotel access logs showed no unauthorized entries. Yet investigators found footprints inside the room that did not match Maria Luisa's. Surveillance cameras had mysteriously stopped working the night of the murder. A power outage was reported by guests conveniently timed to disable electronic records. The first suspect, a dancer named Herrera, bore scratches consistent with self-defense wounds. Maria Luisa's blood was found under his fingernails, on his shoes, and on his watch. This physical evidence anchored the prosecution. He was convicted and sentenced to 50 years in prison. Yet many believed he did not act alone. Bite mark analysis pointed toward two other men, Luis Miranda, a guest at the hotel, and Harry Bowden, the hotel owner. Dental comparisons suggested similarities, though the defense argued such evidence was not conclusive. Adding suspicion were text messages exchanged between Miranda and Bowden days before the murder, discussing fantasies involving a woman. When prosecutors confronted them, both men dismissed the messages as jokes. Despite the circumstantial evidence, neither Miranda nor Bowden was convicted. Bowden, citing health issues, was placed under house arrest. Miranda was eventually acquitted due to insufficient proof. For Maria Luisa's family, the outcome was devastating. They believed the trial revealed only part of the truth. Her sister said, "We feel as though someone is hiding behind the walls of that hotel." Herrera may be guilty, but he was not alone. The crime left Costa Rica shaken. Maria Luisa had been more than a doctor. She was a respected medical leader, known for her tireless work during the early days of the pandemic. She provided health insurance for relatives, guided patients through difficult surgeries, and was beloved by her colleagues. The brutality of her death clashed violently with the life she lived. Her friends remembered her laughter, her warmth, her generosity. At her funeral, mourners filled the church, despite pandemic restrictions, standing outside with masks and candles. Her dog Mafalda was adopted by relatives and remained a living symbol of the loyalty and love Maria Luisa had embodied. The forensic inconsistencies never faded. Why had the cameras failed? Why did the hotel delay police access to certain rooms? Why did it take 9 days before investigators searched Bowden's office? Even the trial judge admitted the case was clouded with unanswered questions. To this day, Maria Luisa's family continues to demand further investigation. They argue that systemic failures allowed key suspects to escape accountability. Her father, in a public statement, asked, "How can a woman be so brutally killed in a hotel with cameras, staff, and security, and yet no one saw, no one heard, and no one is punished, except one man?" The emotional resonance of the case extended beyond Costa Rica. It became a symbol of the hidden dangers faced by women traveling alone, even in supposedly safe environments. It raised questions about corruption cover-ups and the possibility of powerful figures shielding themselves from justice. And as the Cedeno family pressed for answers, global attention shifted again, this time back to China, where Lamu's live-streamed death had left unresolved debates about domestic violence. Two women, two different continents, yet the same haunting silence systems, failing to protect those who cried out. But the cycle of violence was not confined to private spaces. In America, mass violence was about to unfold inside a family home, a massacre so vast and so intimate that it became one of the darkest holiday crimes in history. The Christmas killings of Ronald Gene Simmons. Arkansas, December 1987. While much of the country was preparing for Christmas, the Simmons family home at Mockingbird Hill was shrouded in silence. For years, Ronald Gene Simmons had tightened his grip on his wife and children, isolating them behind tall fences and a life of control. Neighbors thought of him as withdrawn, strange, antisocial. Few knew what life inside the home truly looked like: fear, intimidation, and the constant threat of violence. On the 22nd of December, Simmons carried out what investigators later called the worst family annihilation in U.S. history. He first turned on his wife, Rebecca, and eldest son, Ronald Jr. Using a .22 caliber pistol and a crowbar, he attacked them with precision. His granddaughter, 3-year-old Barbara, was strangled. When the school bus dropped off the younger children that afternoon, Simmons was waiting. One by one, he lured them with the promise of Christmas gifts, then strangled and drowned them in a rain barrel outside. Loretta, Eddie, Marianne, and Becky, children who should have been laughing about school break, were instead silenced forever. Weeks before the killings, he forced his children to dig cesspits near the property. It was there he buried the remains of his victims, wrapping some in plastic, covering others with coats or bedding. The youngest children, still clinging to innocence, were drowned before their lives had even begun to unfold. On Christmas Day, relatives arrived at the house for a holiday gathering. They walked unknowingly into a nightmare. Simmons killed his son Billy, his daughter-in-law Renata, and their child Trey. He then murdered his daughter Sheila, her husband Dennis, and their two children Sylvia and Michael. Each body was carefully arranged, laid on the dining table, wrapped in tablecloths or sheets, as if the killer wished to control their dignity even in death. Presents remained unopened beneath the Christmas tree. What haunted investigators most was not just the methodical nature of the killings, but Simmons's composure afterward. After annihilating his family, he did not flee. He went to Sears to pick up gifts he had ordered weeks earlier. He drank at a local bar, returned home, and sat in his living room, surrounded by bodies, watching television as if nothing had happened. For nearly 4 days, he lived in the house with the remains of his wife, children, and grandchildren. On the 28th of December, the violence spread into Russellville. Simmons armed himself with additional weapons and began a shooting spree, targeting those he believed had wronged him. He killed a secretary who had rejected his advances, wounded former co-workers, and even shot at strangers. The rampage lasted less than an hour, but left 2 dead and 4 wounded. When police confronted him, Simmons surrendered without resistance. Forensic investigators soon descended on Mockingbird Hill. The site inside the home was described as ritualistic. Bodies carefully positioned, covered with coats, tablecloths, or plastic sheeting. The smell of decay hung heavy. In the cesspits outside, officers recovered the younger children, their lives buried, along with the illusions of a family. Autopsies revealed a chilling blend of methods: strangulation, drowning, blunt force trauma, and ballistic injuries. Simmons had used whatever means were available: pistol, crowbar, even his hands. The brutality was staggering, but the organization was even more disturbing. This was not a frenzy. It was controlled, calculated, and deliberate. The psychological profile painted him as a man consumed by dominance. When his authority was threatened by children growing independent, by the possibility of his wife leaving, by a community that rejected him, he responded with annihilation. If he could not control them, one prosecutor later said, he would erase them. The emotional resonance of the massacre rippled far beyond Arkansas. Forensic teams were hardened professionals, but many admitted this case left scars. One detective later said, "I've seen homicide before, but this was something else." This was an entire family tree cut down in a single week. In court, the evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses testified to Simmons's history of abuse. Family friends revealed letters where Rebecca had described feeling like a prisoner in her own home. Simmons himself remained mostly silent, showing little remorse. During one trial, he lashed out violently, punching a prosecutor and attempting to seize a deputy's firearm, an outburst that only solidified his image as dangerous. The jury returned swiftly with guilty verdicts. He was sentenced to death for the murders, plus 147 years for the additional charges. When offered the chance to appeal, Simmons declined. To prolong this, he told the court, would be cruel and unusual punishment. For the families of victims, that statement was a bitter irony. Simmons had inflicted unimaginable cruelty. Now he sought mercy and speed. Yet his request was granted. Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton signed his execution order in 1990, marking one of the fastest paths from conviction to execution since the death penalty's reinstatement. Simmons's last words were chilling. "Justice delayed, finally be done, is justifiable homicide." No one claimed his remains. He was buried in an unmarked grave, his name forever tied to the darkest Christmas in American memory. But even as the Simmons case reached its grim conclusion, its lessons remained urgent. How could a decorated veteran, a father, a husband, transform into a killer capable of erasing his own family? What signs were missed, and could intervention have prevented the massacre? And as America grappled with those questions, another story was unfolding thousands of miles away in China. In 2020, millions would witness in real time the horror of a young woman named Lamu. Her death streamed to followers who could do nothing but watch. China, the 14th of September 2020. In a small village in Sichuan province, the hum of a smartphone live stream filled the quiet evening. On screen was Lamu, a Tibetan influencer known as the Mountain Girl. Her videos showed a simple life, gathering herbs, singing folk songs, cooking over wood fires. She had grown a following of hundreds of thousands who adored her natural smile and unfiltered honesty. That evening, she wore traditional dress, humming softly as she prepared food. To her audience, it was another glimpse into a life both ordinary and magical. Then, in an instant, the screen became a window into horror. The broadcast jolted as her ex-husband burst into the room. Followers could not see clearly. The camera fell, but they could hear heavy footsteps. Lamu's terrified voice begging for help. The splash of liquid as gasoline hit the floor, then the sound of a lighter. Screams erupted, first hers, then her father's. Flames roared, and the live stream cut to black. Viewers were left staring at their screens in shock, frantically sending comments unsure if it was real. But it was. Neighbors rushed to the house, but the fire consumed everything in minutes. When firefighters finally gained control, they found Lamu with burns over 90% of her body. Incredibly, she was still alive, clinging to breath. She was rushed to a burn unit where doctors fought desperately to save her. Donations poured in from across China. Within hours, her followers had raised enough to cover treatment costs. For 2 weeks, she hovered between life and death, her body wrapped in bandages, her lungs scorched from inhaled flames. On the 30th of September, she succumbed, never regaining consciousness. She was only 30 years old. The man responsible was her ex-husband Tang Lu. Their marriage had been turbulent from the start. He was controlling, violent, and often used their children as leverage when she tried to leave. Twice she divorced him. Twice he manipulated her into returning, promising change. Police reports documented her injuries, yet authorities failed to intervene meaningfully. Even after he attacked her sister, during one violent episode, Tang received only minor administrative punishment. The warning signs were there, ignored. Forensic investigators pieced together his preparation. Tang had purchased gasoline, traveled by motorcycle, and carried a knife. His intent was clear. Prosecutors argued it was not an act of passion but premeditation. He wanted to end her life in the most public, humiliating way possible. Broadcasting it live ensured she would die not in silence, but under the gaze of thousands. The emotional impact of Lamu's death reverberated across China. Her followers, many of them young women, saw in her story a reflection of their own fears. Social media erupted with outrage. Hashtags demanding justice trended for weeks. Women's rights activists pointed to systemic failures, courts that granted custody to abusive husbands, police reluctant to arrest perpetrators of domestic violence, a culture that encouraged women to endure abuse in silence. If Lamu could not be protected, one commentator asked, who among us can? Her family buried her in the mountains she loved. At her funeral, her father wept as he clutched photographs of his daughter in traditional dress. Her sister lit incense, whispering prayers for peace. The villagers who once saw her as the smiling mountain girl now saw her as a martyr for a cause larger than one life. Tang's trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. Witnesses testified to years of abuse, hospital records, documented injuries, and the live stream itself stood as a digital record of his crime. In October 2021, he was sentenced to death. The judgment described his actions as deliberate, cruel, and beyond forgiveness. His appeal failed. In July 2022, Tang was executed by lethal injection. Yet even with justice served, questions lingered. Why had it taken her death for authorities to act decisively? Why had her pleas to police, her reports of violence, not led to protection? Forensic psychologists described Tang as narcissistic, viewing Lamu as property. When she sought independence, he interpreted it as betrayal. The livestream attack was his final assertion of control. If he could not own her, he would destroy her. For Lamu's followers, the memory of her singing voice and unfiltered laughter still circulates online. Her videos remain watched by millions, a reminder of both her beauty and her suffering. Each view is an act of remembrance, but also a silent indictment of a society that failed to protect her until it was too late. As her story circulated globally, Parallels were drawn to Romina Núñez in Spain, Maria Luisa in Costa Rica, and countless others whose lives ended at the hands of intimate partners. Different nations, same silence. Different language, same grief. The theme was clear: domestic violence is not confined by borders. It is universal, persistent, and deadly. And just as viewers thought the cycle could not grow darker, another case emerged. A respected American businessman checked into a Maryland hotel with his family. Within days, police would find a scene so disturbing, it raised questions of financial ruin, betrayal, and hidden violence. It would become known as the Parente family tragedy. By the time the final sentencing phase arrived, the courtroom was packed to capacity. Reporters filled every bench, families clutched photographs of the dead, and the defendant was escorted in under heavy guard. He looked thinner, now aged by months of confinement, but the cold detachment in his eyes remained unchanged. Some victims' relatives refused to even look at him. Others stared with an intensity that seemed to burn through the silence. The prosecution urged the court to impose the maximum penalty not merely as punishment but as recognition of the scale of devastation. They reminded jurors and spectators that this case was not a single tragedy, it was a mosaic of lives erased, a chain of families broken beyond repair. They read aloud names of victims one after another until the courtroom sat in tears. Each name was more than a statistic, each was a person with dreams, families, and futures stolen. Psychologists testified once more, summarizing evaluations of the defendant. He was not delusional, not disconnected from reality. He had known right from wrong at every step. His actions were rooted in control, resentment, and the gratification of power. What disturbed many was not just the killings themselves, but the meticulous planning, the clinical precision, and the lack of remorse. The court psychiatrist stated plainly, "This is not madness, this is malevolence." The defense attempted a final plea for mercy, pointing to his troubled childhood and moments of claimed compassion. But their words rang hollow against the mountain of evidence. One juror later said the defense's appeal felt like a whisper against a storm. The storm was the grief of mothers, describing children lost in hospital beds, wives recalling husbands who never came home, sisters remembering brothers taken without warning. As the judge prepared to announce the sentence, the room fell utterly still. Even the cameras seemed to hold their breath. The gavel struck once. In deliberate, steady tones, the judge delivered the punishment: life without parole, combined with additional consecutive sentences to ensure no possibility of release. The decision reverberated across the courtroom. Some wept openly. Others clapped only to be silenced by court officers. A few sat motionless, realizing that no sentence, no matter how severe, could restore what was gone. The defendant showed no reaction. He did not cry, did not speak, did not lower his gaze. Only when led away did he mutter, almost under his breath, "It doesn't matter." Those words chilled everyone who heard them. They revealed a truth the court had already suspected. This was not a man seeking redemption, only finality. In the weeks that followed, appeals were filed, though even the defense admitted they were unlikely to succeed. Families gave interviews expressing mixed emotions. Some felt relief, believing justice had been served. Others felt hollow, knowing no legal decision could ever mend the wounds carved into their lives. "Justice is not closure," one mother said quietly. "It is simply the end of waiting." Outside the courthouse, a memorial wall grew. Strangers left flowers, candles, and letters addressed to victims they had never known. The nation followed every update, debating the failures that had allowed the crimes to continue unchecked for so long. Why had early warnings been ignored? Why had institutions failed to act when evidence of abuse and irregular deaths first emerged? The case became not only about one man's evil, but about society's blind spots. Lawmakers promised reforms. Hospitals began reviewing their protocols, installing stricter oversight for suspicious deaths, demanding audits, and implementing new reporting mechanisms. Yet for the families, these changes arrived too late. They carried with them the unbearable knowledge that vigilance might have saved their loved ones had it come sooner. We step out of the courtroom and into reflection, into the aftermath, where communities rebuild, lessons are drawn, and the memory of victims becomes a guidepost for vigilance. But also, as the screen dims and the rain sound returns, one haunting reminder will remain: evil thrives in silence, and justice delayed is justice denied. Rain falls softly against the window, a steady rhythm that mirrors the weight of these stories. From Arkansas in 1987 to Ohio in the 1992nd, from Spain to Costa Rica, from China to Maryland, we have traced the darkest corners of human violence. Each case revealed a different motive: rage, control, greed, despair, but each ended the same way: with silence, with grief, with families left broken. Ronald Gene Simmons, the decorated veteran turned family annihilator, believed death was a solution when his authority slipped away. Donald Harvey, the so-called angel of death, cloaked his killings in the language of mercy, but in reality he indulged in power and cruelty. Romina Núñez believed in love, only to face betrayal that cost her life. Maria Luisa Cedeno, a respected physician, checked into a hotel seeking rest and was met with unimaginable brutality. Lamu, the mountain girl, thought live streaming her life connected her to the world. In her final moments, the world became witness to her suffering. And William Parente, drowning in financial ruin, made the catastrophic decision to erase his family rather than face disgrace. Forensic investigators studied every scene. They measured angles of ballistic injuries, tested for cyanide traces, collected fragments of fingernails, reconstructed sequences of events. The evidence told the truth. Science could hold who and how, but it could never fully explain why. Why does control matter more than love? Why does reputation weigh heavier than family? Why is silence still so often the answer when victims cry for help? Psychologists point to patterns. Family annihilators often share traits: authoritarian control, fear of exposure, a perception that death is preferable to shame. Medical serial killers thrive in places of trust where vulnerability becomes opportunity. Domestic abusers escalate from emotional to physical violence, a cycle that ends in tragedy when institutions fail to intervene. Each category provides a framework, yet none can ease the grief of those left behind. The emotional resonance of these cases lingers far beyond courtrooms and prisons. Families hold empty chairs at dinner tables. Friends remember laughter that was silenced. Communities grapple with the realization that the monsters were not strangers in dark alleys. They were men once embraced as husbands, fathers, colleagues, neighbors. That betrayal cuts deepest of all. And so we are left with reflection. Justice delivered in courts: death, sentences carried out, life terms imposed, may satisfy legal requirements, but it rarely heals. True justice, if such a thing exists, must also be prevention: stronger protections for women, sharper oversight in hospitals, better financial transparency, more responsive systems when abuse is reported. These stories are not only about past tragedies. They are warnings written in the lives of those who suffered. To the families of the victims, their grief becomes testimony. To the survivors, their voices become the call to change. And to us, the listeners, there is responsibility to notice signs, to speak when silence feels easier, to demand accountability from systems that too often falter. As the rain quiets, let us remember the names behind the cases: Rebecca, Loretta, Eddie, and the children Simmons destroyed. The countless patients Harvey robbed of their final days. Romina, who dreamed of a better life in Spain. Maria Luisa, who healed others until she could no longer be saved herself. Lamu, who sang to the mountains. Stephanie and Catherine, whose futures ended in a Maryland hotel room. Their stories are not statistics. They are echoes urging us to act before the next tragedy is written. Before we close tonight, I ask you, if you have stayed with me through this journey, hit like and subscribe. Leave a comment: where are you listening from and what time is it there? These connections across time zones and miles are small reminders that while violence isolates, storytelling unites. And now let your screen fade to black. Let the rain ambience soothe you. Leave a light on tonight, not for fear but in remembrance. For every victim whose story we've told, and for every life still at risk of being silenced. Another file waits in the archives, but for now may those we remembered rest in peace.